My mom used to call me her little gremlin. For whatever reason, I was really bad with electronics. I couldn't sit in the front seat of the car because the stereo would get this annoying interference. Back when we used an antenna to watch TV, I had to sit further back, or we'd get these dots on the screen. Hell, the baby monitor would act up when I was still in the crib. It was harmless, but annoying. My parents weren't very technical to say the least. It was my uncle who decided to go against the grain and teach me a thing or two about home appliances and electronics. Just small stuff like how to replace faulty diodes or test battery charge. That and using a computer. That was a big one. I remember that summer when I was 11, sweltering through South Dakota heat and not a single cloud in the sky. We were sitting in his living room where he'd put an old computer on a dresser. The screen was too high up and my knees would bump against the drawers. But I was seeing a new world on that dresser. We were signing up for my first email. I'd just put in my name and we were considering the password. "A good password is something only you know," he said. "How do I know if it's a good one?" "Well, if I can guess it, it's not a very good one." "What if I just tell you? Can you tell me if it's any good?" "You'd trust me with that? You don't think I'd log in and read your email?" "Nah," I smiled. "You wouldn't." My uncle passed away the year I turned 26. He'd never really been a beacon of health, but he took a downturn in those last couple of years. I checked in on him about once a week to help out with cleaning and grocery shopping, but I had tons of my own problems piling up. After a while, I asked if someone else could help. He didn't mind. He said it was fine and that he'd deal with it. 1 month later, he died of an embolism. Me telling him I wasn't gonna help anymore was the last time we spoke. After his funeral, we all decided to get checked out. My uncle was the second in my family to die of an embolism, along with my grandfather. It's one of those things that can be hereditary, and we wanted to get ahead of it. My dad and 2 brothers decided to get checked, just to make sure we'd minimize the chance of this happening again. It was a strange time in my life. I had a new job and was fresh out of a breakup, and for some reason, the thing that hit me the hardest was my uncle. Having seen his health decline, I'd been preparing for his passing for years. But now that it actually happened, I was a mess. I went in for a couple of rounds of testing at the local university hospital. We know some people who worked there and were able to get in touch with a great doctor. I'd go there after work, they'd take some tests, and I'd have to sit in the waiting room for a couple of hours. I had to redo a couple of tests because the equipment kept messing up. The second time I went in for testing, there was a med student sitting in the waiting room with me. She had curly brown hair tousled into a bun and these thin eyes that looked a bit off through her big glasses. I'd seen her in that hallway before, often in the presence of other med students. "Excuse me?" she said as I sat down. "You're here about the hereditary thrombophilia, yes? Isn't that supposed to be private?" "Sorry," she blurted out, holding up a hand as if to shield herself from the accusation. "Yes, of course, sorry. I just had a question, if you wouldn't mind." "Sure, shoot." "They reported an equipment failure during your testing, but we couldn't find a problem with the machine. Would you mind if I checked something?" "What do you mean check something?" "One moment." She had a small device that fit in the palm of her hand. She showed it to me, pressed a button, and swayed it left to right as if scanning me. The device kept throwing out a static noise whenever it passed me, getting stronger the closer she got. "This is gonna sound strange," she said. "Do you have trouble with radios?" "Sometimes, yeah." "You ever get noise on phone calls, even if you have 5 bars?" "Yeah. Why?" "It's a long shot, but we'd love to do some further testing." She continued looking at her gadget again. "If you'd like, we could do a quick check once you're done here. Free of charge, of course. It's something we're studying. What exactly are you studying? I think Dr. Barlin could give you a better explanation. She smiled. I'm Melody, by the way. I shook her hand, introduced myself, and got a small slip of paper with directions to one of their testing labs on the other end of the building. I watched her run off with her phone glued to her ear. She kept looking over her shoulder, talking excitedly. Once my tests were done, I was ready to go home. But that little slip of paper bothered me. It was an answer to a question I'd stopped asking myself years ago. I had to know. I followed the directions, leading me out of the main building and to a secondary location, a small one-story add-on once used for blood donations. It was a nice enough place with a little stream running nearby. You could hear ducks quacking from the entrance. Melody was talking to a receptionist when I walked in. She hurried over, shook my hand, and led me by the shoulder deeper into the building. I'm sorry, she said. I'm just excited. If this is what I think it is, you don't understand. It's a huge deal. We walked past a couple of offices and 2 testing rooms. They had equipment like the rest of the hospital, but a few machines stood out as a bit different. A lot of radio and recording equipment, along with a soundproof recording room. They were working with acoustics. I walked into a small shared office space with 4 med students sitting at their computers. Most of them were proofreading a research paper, while one was off in the corner playing a card game. Melody waved over a middle-aged woman across the room. She had flat black hair, like she'd been licked by a cat. She had this very plain expression that never wavered. Melody introduced us. This is Dr. Barlin, she said. She'll take it from here. We shook hands. Barlin was thin to the point of malnourishment, and I was scared to accidentally crush her hand. I imagine you have questions, said Dr. Barlin. I'll do my best to answer them. I was asked to provide a blood, skin, and hair sample. They also checked me with a metal detector to make sure I wasn't wearing anything that interfered with their equipment. As we waited for the test results, I got a chance to sit down with Dr. Barlin in her private office. She was having her 4th cup of black coffee. So what exactly are you studying? I asked. It's called ossophonia congenita, she said, not taking her eyes off her computer. Most of us call it singing bone disorder. Singing bone? Like a deficiency? It's more of a peculiar cell construct along with a particular combination of mineral subsets. I don't like the sound of that. Neither do the radios. She looked at me with that same neutral expression, then turned her attention back to the screen. Without cracking a smile, she finished her statement. That was a joke. I got a short explanation about singing bone disorder. It had first been recorded during the Second World War, but there was no official diagnosis. It was apparently very rare, to the point where most conventional doctors doubt its existence. There had been attempts to study it in the 70s, but most projects were either shut down or ran out of subjects to study. The disorder itself was harmless. Your bones produce a sort of signal, she explained. A mild radio-like transmission, hence the name of singing bone. Your bones make noise. How's that possible? That's one of the things we'd like to understand, and I hope you'll help us. Up until now, we've only had deceased subjects. The computer beeped as a final report came in from the blood lab. Dr. Barlin nodded and leaned back in her chair. She raised her half-empty coffee cup in my direction as if proposing a toast. It's confirmed, she said. You're my first confirmed living subject with ossophonia congenita. While Barlin didn't crack as much as a smile, the whole building lit up almost immediately. Med students were poking their heads out to look at me, and I'm pretty sure I heard someone cheering from the break room. I was asked to sign in at the reception to get an ID card. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to help them, but they were already treating me like I'd signed away my life. I gave them my number and email. and I was asked to come in for further tests at a later date. They would have to check some things with the ethics committee. But it was an exciting time for Barlin and her team. I wasn't sure though. Not sure at all. As I was about to leave, I ran into Melody again. She was clearly excited, but she could tell something was off. She tilted her head and gave me an inquisitive look. "You alright there?" "I don't know," I admitted. "This whole thing is a bit much." "I'm sorry, we're all just a bit excited. We've been looking forward to studying someone like you." "I can tell, yeah." "Aren't you excited?" "I'm not sure what there is to be excited about." "She didn't show you?" Melody's jaw dropped as she took me by the arm. There was no discussion. She showed me to one of the workshops. It wasn't much, just 2 tables full of electronics and tools next to a wide open window. I could hear the stream outside. Having the window open almost made it warmer. On one of the tables, there were these white discs encased in hardened plastic. They were each carefully labeled and sorted in a particular order. There was a name on the back. A person's name. "This is from one of the other subjects," Melody explained. "It's samples from the spinal column. That's what causes the most interference." She showed me the palm-sized gadget she'd used on me in the waiting room, pointing to the buttons. "It's a small receiver and transmitter. We use it to test where the localized interference is strongest. That's how we found it's mostly centered around the spine. Here." She ran the gadget over the samples while holding a button, making the speakers crackle. Then she ran it over me again. Every time it passed my spine, the crackle intensified. "Neat, huh?" "So what does it mean?" I asked. "Is it just noise?" "It's interference. It doesn't really say anything, like TV static." "Weird." She raised an eyebrow. I tried to hold back a smile, but her narrow eyes made her look like a cartoon. I threw my hands up in surrender. "Sorry, I don't know how else to say it." "But you'll help us, right?" I looked down at the bone discs. The yellow tape with an ink-written name, date, and serial number. The thought that this could have been me made my skin itch. "Sure, I'll help." It took Barlin weeks to get the first official confirmation tests off the ground with the ethics committee. I was called in 2 more times to provide more samples. At one point, they illustrated the interference in front of an audience of med students. I wasn't comfortable standing shirtless in front of a crowd, but it was a matter of medical science. These people were looking to understand. Most of the tests after that were audio-based. They wanted to see if I reacted to certain hertz frequencies, and if it could be used to affect the transmission pattern. It was mostly just sitting in that soundproof room with a big pair of headphones. I didn't really have to do anything. It was all done through passive readings of something my body did by itself. I also got to hear my own transmission pattern a couple of times. Dr. Barlin seemed excited about it. "It's different from the signals we get from deceased subjects," she explained. "Their patterns are identical, but yours is different." She tapped me on the shoulder with a bony finger, like a singer tapping her microphone before a performance. Then she stopped. I could see the wheels turning in her head. "Maybe if you can transmit, you can receive." That sparked an idea, and about a week later, Barlin was excited to set up our first proper experiment. The ethics committee didn't have a problem with it. It was just a matter of playing sounds to me and recording my readings. Nothing we hadn't done before. But we had to change some of the equipment. Instead of putting me in a soundproof recording room, they rearranged one of the offices. They needed plenty of table space. They brought in 50 of their samples, lined them up, and connected each one to a machine. There were hundreds of cables, making the floor look like someone had spilled a plate of black spaghetti. By the time I got there, the med students had been working around the clock to set it up. It was just after 6 p.m. on a Friday, so most people had gone home for the weekend. I'd just got off work, but I'd been told it wouldn't take more than an hour. There were only a handful of people left, two of which were Barlin and Melody. They had to stay in the other room and look at the whole thing through a camera so as to not accidentally tamper with anything. I sat down in a comfortable chair as they placed electrodes along my spine, neck and head, more cables running across the floor. Melody was bouncing with glee, discussing the details of the experiment with Dr. Barlin as they left the room and closed the doors. Minutes later, I could hear the doctor's voice through a speaker on the wall.
We'll be turning the frequencies and increasing the volume gradually. If at any point you feel discomfort, press the red button on the controller to your right. Nod if you understand.
I nodded.
Engaging Phase 1.
They started playing sounds through a sequence of speakers. It didn't really sound like anything, just a series of beeps and boops, like someone playing Pong. I sat there for about half a minute, waiting for something to happen. Dr. Barlin's voice came through again.
Phase 2. Tuning playback frequency 0.05 negative.
The sounds intensified. One of the beeps turned into a low droning noise that kept running in the background, while one of the beeps intensified into a rhythmic, drum-like cadence. It felt strange to listen to, like it was matching the beat of my heart.
Phase 3. Tuning playback frequency 0.08 negative.
The sounds got louder and the variety of noises changed. Instead of just two types of sounds, I could hear 5, maybe 6, all different rhythms and sequences, intermingling into a cohesive pattern. But the more I listened, the more I felt something. I didn't know if it was the heat coming off the electronics, or if it was me, but I was sweating profusely. The sound resonated in me, making me feel like a cup being slowly filled.
Phase 4. Tuning playback frequency 0.11 negative.
My eyes immediately started vibrating. I lost my focus as my tongue glued itself to the roof of my mouth. My left hand dug into the armrest, breaking the leather. It wasn't a voluntary action. It's like the room turned into a blur. It looked like everything was covered in frosted glass. I wanted to say enough was enough, but I couldn't get the word out. Instead, my eyes rolled upward. I could barely make out the plain white tiles of the ceiling as these black dots would cluster at the edge of my vision. They floated through my straining eyes, making it look like conscious movement, something black pushing itself through ceiling like raw oil through a pasta strainer. I managed to find the red button with my right hand, and I pressed it as hard as I could. The moment the sound cut out, I threw up. It was this immediate movement, and I didn't have the slightest time to react to it. It just happened. I fell out of the chair as Barlin and her students came rushing into the room. "Kill the power!" Melody yelled. "All of it!" Barlin held my head up and checked my eyes with a pen light. "Can you tell me what day it is?" I tried to say Friday, but some other words came out. I couldn't hear myself say it. Barlin stepped back, and for the first time, her face changed. Her neutral expression shattered as her eyes went wide. She backed out of the room, covering her mouth with her hand. Melody ran over to me, helping me sit. Glancing up, the ceiling was clear. It took me a couple of minutes to regain my senses. I got to borrow a shirt from one of the med students, but as soon as I was cleared to go, I was out the door. I could hear Melody protesting in the background, but it might as well have been the ducks quacking down the stream. I wasn't hearing any of it. I wanted to get away. I got countless texts from her over the next couple of days. She wanted to see if I was okay. She wanted to apologize. She offered to pay for the dry cleaning. I didn't respond to any of it. I kept my head down and tried not to think about it. I'd never had a cramp like that before, and having my eyes move by their own volition was uncomfortable to say the least. Over the course of having my osophonia studied, I'd grown more aware of the effect I had on my surroundings. It's like when you get a wound that you can't stop poking. It irritates you, and you can't stop yourself. That's what it felt like. I'd put the car stereo on and listen to the crackling noise get louder the closer I leaned. A couple of days passed before I got back the test results from my embolism checkup. It was good news. They couldn't find any signs of hereditary issues. I called my mom and told her all about it. She could use the good news. As I was about to hang up, she stopped me.
I heard you're helping out at the hospital.
Where'd you hear that?
One of my friends works extra in the cafeteria. They told me you were there the other day.
Yeah, it's the gremlin thing.
Really?
She snorted.
That's still a thing?
Yeah, it's a whole deal. They're writing a paper about it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Your uncle would be proud.
He would?
He would.
She insisted.
He donated blood all these years and gave his body to science.
Really?
You didn't know?
As we ended the call, I was left sitting there with my phone in my hand, scrolling through Melody's apologetic texts. I couldn't help but feel this emptiness in my chest, like I'd done something wrong. Finally, as I was about to put my phone down, I got one final text. Would you mind if we talked for a bit? It read, just you and me. Clear the air. I sighed and thought about my uncle. He'd been uncomfortable most of his life, but he'd walked the walk. I rolled my eyes, bit my lip, and responded. I met Melody for a drink later that night. She'd initially recommended a student bar, but I suggested a place downtown. It was a work day, so there wouldn't be too many people. I got there around 8 p.m. and Melody was already there. Her expression broke my heart. It looked like she was on the verge of crying. I'm so sorry, she said. Please have a seat. We ordered a snack plate as she exploded into an explanation. She told me about the impromptu tuning tech and the measuring equipment. Most of it went over my head, but the main takeaway was that they had been reckless in assuming there would be little to no reaction at all. They could never have expected me to be so violently affected. Dr. Barlin was beside herself, she continued. I've never seen her like that. I was out of it, I admitted. I have no idea what I said to her. It was weird. You kept saying, sister, sister, like a song title or something. Then why'd she react like that? Like what? She looked scared, Melody. She considered the question, but shook her head. As we got our snack plate, she unashamedly dove into the cheese cubes. After having talked for about an hour, Melody leaned in and lowered her voice. You know why I got into medicine? She asked. I shook my head, sipping my drink. I was a camp counselor, she continued. And we had this kid, Stefan. He had awful asthma, and we'd gotten a whole bunch of instructions on how to help him if things went bad. Pills, inhalers, all that stuff. She took a sip of her drink, inhaled another cheese cube, and took a deep breath. He had a bad attack one day, real bad. So bad he couldn't use his inhaler. He was lying on the ground and clawing at his throat, and his little face was just... Melody leaned back a little, wiping something from her eye as she crossed her arms. I didn't know what to do. He kept apologizing like this was an inconvenience to me. And you know, I'd sat through a video on how to perform a tracheotomy, but I couldn't bring myself to try. In the end, one of the other counselors did it. If it hadn't been for them and some CPR, he would have died right there on the floor, his last words being an apology for dying. She looked me in the eyes. I could see a quiver on her lip. I live with that every day, and I've promised myself to do better. I don't have a lot of regrets, but that one thing is gonna haunt me. But he made it, I said. He's fine, right? She nodded and finished her drink. No thanks to me. I guess that talk worked. Melody convinced me to give them another shot. They would rework the experiment and try again with new and improved equipment. That was all fine and dandy, but what I really wanted was a chance to speak to Dr. Barlin. Something about her expression stuck with me. She'd been terrified. I was scheduled for a second experiment later that month. I went to their office a couple of times ahead of that, using my guest pass to walk straight through. But Barlin wasn't there. She was always off at a lecture, or talking to the ethics committee, or just out and about. Seeing her behind her desk was apparently rare. I managed to catch her one lazy afternoon after work. She'd been staying late, reworking the parameters of the experiment. It was still a few days off, but the med students were already in the process of setting things up. I knocked on her door and leaned my head in. "Mind if I come in?" I asked. "Not at all." I sat down across from her, catching a glimpse of her screen. Hundreds of columns full of measurements arranged and calculated. "I wanted to know about Sister, I continued, "and why that bothered you." For a split second, something crossed her face. She looked back at her screen. "I'd rather not." "I think you owe me that much." One uncomfortable experience does not negate another. Why was it an uncomfortable experience for you? That doesn't. She stopped herself. She closed her eyes as her fingers curled around her keyboard like a bird of prey holding a struggling meal. "You said something I haven't heard in a long time," she continued. "It caught me by surprise." Sister. Her eyes narrowed. "Yes," she acknowledged. "That." I didn't get much clarity about why that particular thing bothered her so much, but I didn't feel like pushing the topic. Once the second experiment was set up and ready to go, I was asked to come back. I had to sign a release statement, but I could tell they were more careful this time. I had to switch to a hospital gown, and I was scrubbed down with disinfectants along my shoulders and spine. There were more people this time, all of them watching carefully and taking notes along the way. Melody was trying her best to be supportive. She was telling me about the updated equipment, the safety precautions, and the improved audio. They had updated from 50 bone samples to about 200, and they were all hooked up and ready to transmit. The tuning machines had been improved to be more gradual, allowing them to increase in the 10,000th of a percentile. It didn't say much in and of itself, but it was clear they were taking this seriously. It didn't exactly ease my nerves, but at least they wouldn't let me convulse to death, Melody least of all. I had electrodes attached to me again. It was probably close to 100, most of which were positioned along my spine. That made a hole in the back of the chair to make sure the cables could run unimpeded. There were red buttons on both armrests and a sturdier headrest. As they all filtered out of the room one by one, Melody was the last to leave, giving me a thumbs up and a silently mouthed, "Good luck." Once it was just me, I could feel my heartbeat. Whatever happened last time was fresh on my mind. I glanced at the white ceiling tiles, making sure they were as square and plain as ever. Nothing seeping through the cracks. A voice came through the speaker.
"Once you're ready, raise your left hand."
I took a deep breath and raised my left hand. There was a beep, some kind of acknowledgement sound.
"Proceeding to initial playback. Rolling on 3.
There was a countdown as the machines powered up. I could feel the hair on my arm stand as static filled the air. 2 beeps began at a steady pace. One low, one high, different rhythms.
All signs green. Aperture check clearing in 5. Tuning frequency positive 0.002. Rolling on 3.
The beeping slowly changed as a third tune was introduced. The rhythm increased and steadied as one note turned into background noise. I closed my eyes, mumbling to myself for this to please be painless. As I did, something shifted. One of the notes changed.
Yellow aperture check, clearing within parameters. Tuning frequency positive 0.04 and rising. Rolling on 3.
It was a much slower process this time, allowing me to adjust. Whenever the sound changed, I could feel something shift in me. I would get warmer, but the warmth would subside. We got to the point where I'd lost control of myself during the previous experiment, but this time I was barely feeling a tingle. I was asked to visually confirm that I was okay by raising my left hand. I did. The slow changes continued as more tunes joined in, up from 5 to 11 to 20. At some point, I lost count. It was less like a rhythm and more like a system. It felt responsive, like it was listening to me. Whenever I got too excited, some notes would change. When I closed my eyes, they would slow down. We were having a conversation, increasing and decreasing without the input of Barlin and her crew. Something in those bones was singing to me, and mine were singing back.
Aperture check, back in the green. Tuning frequency, positive 0.18 and rising. Rolling on 3.
My eyes twitched a little. I felt something humming in the back of my head, and as the notes rang, the vibrations revealed something to me. If you just listened to the raw noise, it was all a soup of impressions. But if you relaxed and leaned back, there was something else. It's like when you unfocus your eyes and let your vision turn to vague shapes and colors. I leaned into the headrest and let my mind travel where it may. My heart skipped a beat. I could feel a pounding in my chest, like I'd been hit with a hammer. I jerked forward, feeling an electrode popping loose. I couldn't unhear it, the noise behind the sounds. It was organic, breathing, living. The speaker was yelling something, but I couldn't understand it. My ears were tuned to the noise coming from the singing bones positioned along the walls. They weren't singing. They were speaking, telling a story, showing me something. As my eyes rolled up, I saw the space between the ceiling tiles filling with black as liquid black hands dripped downward. I pulled my arms loose and covered my ears, but the sound was already inside of me. It was resonating within my bones, bouncing in the chambers of my heart like an echo. The room was changing color. The eggshell walls looked winter green, and the sunflower sticker on the speaker turned a sickly blue. I got out of the chair, vaguely aware of the noises coming from outside. I was looking at my hands like they were lagging behind my thoughts, trying to catch up with impulses I'd had seconds ago. By the time they slammed the doors open, I didn't even see Melody and Barlin. I saw the hallway full of people standing behind them, people with empty eyes and toothless mouths. No nails, no hair or noses. They rolled like bags of air wearing skins, lurching this way and that as if pushed by an invisible tide. The ceiling turned black. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, but I couldn't hear it. I just felt it. The burn in my throat felt distant as a syringe pierced my neck, and my world collapsed on itself. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on a couch, looking up. Something black was dripping from the ceiling, gently poking me awake as little drops touched my forehead. My eyes ached as I looked around, realizing they'd dragged me into the control room. I was alone. A voice spoke from the dark corner of the room. It was speaking from that muddled soundscape that still echoed in my body. It wasn't a real sound, but it was there, and it was unmistakable. The words were nonsensical, collections of consonants arranged at random, some of which I'd never heard before. But as I listened, they began to shift. What sounded like "gurk" registered in my mind like "hello." As I raised a hand towards the dark in response, it all clicked into place. It wasn't a person. It was wearing the anonymous remains of a person, like a kid wearing a ghost costume for Halloween. A loose sheet hiding a shape underneath. I could see the rolling mass behind its empty sockets as its pale face morphed and stretched. "You sing better than last time." The voice was feminine and high-pitched, but with a sudden downward turn at the end. "You closed your palace despite our invitation." "I don't," understand, I murmured. I don't understand. You don't know the words, it exclaimed. It bothers so. An arm stretched out of the dark with impossibly long fingers. Its joints bent and broke as I pushed my head back. Then its index finger touched my forehead. It burned like ice. Where are the words? It asked. What are your sanctions? I don't know what you want, I gasped. What you are. Be home. Something cold forces itself through and under my eyes, linking up with the thoughts in the back of my head. Then it pulls. In the next breath, I'm 11 years old. The sweltering South Dakota heat burns through a cloudless sky. I'm sitting next to my uncle at his old computer, my knees bumping against the drawers. But I don't look at him. I know not to look at him. Do you understand me now? He asks. I nod. It sounds like him, but his lips don't move. My fingers tremble. My hands shake as they hover over the keyboard with my index fingers outstretched. We're picking a password, but I know it's not real. Instead, I look straight ahead, catching a glimpse of him in the reflection of the screen. His face looks wrong, like someone wrapped a plastic bag over a pile of branches. You're dead, I mumble. You died. I did. I lose my train of thought. We sit there for a couple of seconds. I swallow hard as I look down from the screen. I'd forgotten about those shoes I used to wear. He pats me on the shoulder. It happens, he says. Death is not that bad. He continues. It's like logging out of your email and forgetting the password. You can't get back in, and you can only try so many times. That doesn't make any sense. It's the best way I can explain it. I peek over at his feet. They look pallid, and he has no toenails. Something moves under the surface of his skin. Some try to remember their password for a very long time. He explains. Some lock back in. Most don't. Did you? I ask. I don't bother with passwords anymore. He says. I stepped away from the computer. There's so much else to do. He got up from his chair and walked around the room. I could hear his uneven steps echo against the hardwood floor of his old house. Your password has gotten a lot better, he said. Some have very weak ones. They're stuck trying to change something they can't, and they forget to improve. Is that bad? It can be. I stood up too, looking away from the computer screen. Keeping my eyes away from him, I ask. Is there really something else to do? Can you just step away like that? He stops and turns. I don't turn to look, but I can feel him smiling. It's a beautiful day outside. I wake up with a gasp. I've fallen face first off the couch and bruised my nose. There's commotion as someone tries to wake me, rolling me onto my back. I look at Melody. She looks different. The light is dim, but I can tell. The noise has stopped echoing in my head, leaving me with a violent headache. We thought you'd be more vulnerable, she whispers. What? We were looking at you, and she was right there. I squint at her. One of her eyes is looking off in the distance. The other is looking at me. Her fingers keep moving like kelp in an ocean current. It's not Melody. Whatever I'm looking at, it's not Melody. She's so weak, she says. We'll save you for later. She pokes my nose with a boop and grins, but it's not a smile I've seen before. As she gets up, I notice the bloody scissors in her hands. There are bleeding people in the corridor. Melody strides down the hall with an inhuman confidence, twirling the scissors round and round like a butterfly knife. As she disappears around the corner, I can hear police sirens. And then, things go dark. Most of what happened afterward is something I've heard from third parties. Melody was taken into custody and tried for attempted murder. Dr. Barlin escaped with a few cuts and bruises on her hand. One of the med students got the worst of it, getting his throat pierced. Witnesses would describe it as someone attempting an amateur tracheotomy. He survived, but some of the damage to his vocal cords was permanent. The study was shut down. The ethics committee couldn't let Dr. Barlin use the results of the experiment. I'm not sure what came of the subsequent investigation, but the doctor and her students were pushed to a different project. They still use the same building though. I caught up with Barlin a couple of months later. It wasn't planned. I just ran into her while I was out and about. We were in the same waiting room at the bank. I was a bit hesitant about talking to her, but I decided it was more awkward to pretend like we didn't know each other. I sat down next to her, sparked up a conversation, and we ended up on a familiar topic. Why was Sister such a big deal to you? I asked. She rolled her eyes and sighed. It was our secret password, she said. Something my sister and I said to mean we were serious about something. It's like when you say, cross your heart and hope to die. It must mean a lot to you. Sort of, she smiled. I just haven't thought of it in a while. She's been gone for over a decade. Years later, I still have singing bone disorder. I don't think I'll ever get rid of it. And I don't think there'll ever be a study like that again. I can't imagine an ethics committee signing off on it. Looking back at it, I feel like I've gotten a better understanding of things. Not just about the disorder, but about myself. Sometimes after work, I turn the car stereo on. I tune the noise between stations, close my eyes and listen. And in those moments, between one obligation and another, I feel like I can almost remember that sound, that voice. And I feel like there's so much left to see.
I don't have much time. I'm risking my life posting this. I never thought I would become a whistleblower. But here I am. This is too important to be kept a secret. My conscience won't allow it. I'm also reaching out in the hopes that someone will be able to help me. Hear the following testimony and decide for yourself what you're willing to do to assist me. I'm Ian Foster, a paleontologist working at the University of Alberta. At least, that is what I was before all of this happened. I don't think any of this should be forgotten, although I don't know if I can prevent that from happening. I was working on a dig site in Mexico, excavating prehistoric invertebrates, when a woman named Kira Calder called me. She was with the Canadian Joint Incident Response Unit. I hadn't heard of them before, but apparently they were a subunit of the Canadian Special Operations Forces Command. Kira told me they had sent a plane to pick me up at the airport. She wasn't at liberty to disclose any details over the phone. All she said was that there had been a discovery. I couldn't imagine what type of discovery would involve both the military and a paleontologist, but I was excited to find out. As soon as I exited the plane at Pearson Airport, I was escorted to a military vehicle which drove me half a kilometer to a camouflage painted helicopter waiting on a defunct helipad at the edge of the airport. Armed guards had been placed around it. Kira, who turned out to be a young lieutenant, helped strap me in and sat down next to me. There was an elderly man in full uniform sitting in front of us. A general. He had black sunglasses on, but I could still tell that he was looking at me. I reached forward and offered to shake his hand. He smiled and gave me a firm handshake.
"I'm Ian,"
I said as loud as I could while the rotor blades started spinning above us.
"You don't have to yell.
I heard the general's voice in my headset.
I know who you are. I'm Jordan Simmons."
He turned to Kira and said,
"You didn't tell him yet, did you?" "No, sir."
Kira said.
"Tell me what?"
I said, still anxious to know. The helicopter was taking off now.
"I don't even know where we're going." "She didn't even tell you that?"
Jordan said with a smirk on his face.
"Well, what we're dealing with is top secret, so we can't tell you anything before you've been given proper clearance and signed the NDA. We'll take care of all that at the site, don't worry. But I can tell you where we're going. The site is located in Yukon. That's where we are going now, close to the border." "Are the Americans involved?"
I asked. Jordan laughed.
"No, but by now they've probably noticed our recent activity in the area. So our ambition is to get this done as quickly as possible. That's where you come in. You'll be briefed about it at the site, so just sit back and relax for now."
Relax? I was bewildered. I began considering some far-out ideas that I would never have thought about if it wasn't for the military presence and their secrecy. The one that intrigued me the most, and that seemed the most plausible among my implausible ideas, was that they had found a living specimen of a prehistoric species that they now wanted me to identify. A living dinosaur. It was a ridiculous thought, of course, but still very exciting. It had been one of my most common fantasies during childhood, to get a chance to see a living dinosaur. Thinking about it now, I felt like a little kid again. We landed on a field in the middle of nowhere. It was chilly, something made worse by the fact that I wasn't dressed properly. "You'll be given some warmer clothes when we arrive," Jordan said while we waited outside the helicopter. Jordan lit a half-smoked cigar that he had kept in his breast pocket. A military jeep appeared in the distance. The sun was about to set behind some white-capped mountains, making it darker for every passing minute. And when it arrived, the stars had appeared in the sky. My heartbeat increased more and more the closer we got to wherever we were going. I imagined the so-called site to be a temporary base of operations, with military tents and some kind of storage unit where they kept the Discovery. This turned out to be wrong. About 2 hours later, we arrived at a recently abandoned construction site in the middle of the boreal forest. The military personnel, only around 30 men and women, were using the facilities formerly used by the construction workers. "You'll sign the necessary papers now," Kira said. "After that, you'll be shown the barracks where you'll meet the rest of the team. You'll all be briefed in the morning." After I had signed all the papers, and there were a lot of them, I was shown the barracks where the rest of my team was. They were already sleeping in their bunks, but Kira woke them up by turning on the lights. There were 4 people, all of them civilians, just as myself. I recognized one of them from a conference I attended once. They shortly introduced themselves to me. We weren't all paleontologists, it turned out, but everyone, except one, had experience in fieldwork on different dig sites. There were 1 more paleontologist and 2 archaeologists. The last guy was apparently a railway enthusiast. This setup pretty much killed my childish dream of seeing a living dinosaur. We weren't here because of my expertise in prehistory, but because of my experience with carefully digging things up from the ground. It made me feel ridiculous for even considering my far-out ideas. I also felt disappointed. Was this just some boring excavation of some forgotten Cold War equipment or something? My confusion prevented me from getting any sleep during most of the night, and just when I felt ready to doze off, Jordan opened the door and let in the light of dawn. "Howdy," he said, with a new cigar between his lips and a friendly grin on his face. "Please get dressed and step outside. I will brief you on the way to the location." Kira stood next to him with some papers in her hand. I was the first to join them outside of the barrack. It was chilly outside, but the morning sun still gave me a warm feeling. I could see my breath evaporating in the air. A few armed guards patrolled the area in the distance, I could hear some radio chatter in their direction. The next person to come out of the barrack was the train enthusiast. He was slightly overweight and maybe in his mid-20s. "I'm Rodney Timbrell," he said. "I like trains." He had some trouble making eye contact, and he scratched his chin with his finger while he talked as if it was a nervous tic. "I'm Ian," I said. "I like dinosaurs." Rodney immediately looked me in the eye and smiled. "What's your favorite dinosaur?" he said with an abnormal enthusiasm in his otherwise robotic voice. I began, but was interrupted by the others coming outside. There was a woman my age named Jiang Chen, and two middle-aged men named Stephen Williams and Miguel Boisclair. They all looked sleep-deprived. "Okay," Jordan said and began walking up toward the forest. Kira was a bit surprised by this and quickly ran up to him. "Come on, let's get going," Jordan continued. We all followed. "What do you think they found?" Jiang whispered to me. "I have no idea, to be honest," I said. I didn't want to admit what I had been thinking. "It's probably some military equipment, maybe an aircraft or some weapon." 2 weeks ago, the construction workers at this site accidentally unearthed something, Jordan said as he continued to walk. "It's the kind of thing you wouldn't believe if I told you. So, I'm going to show you. It's not dangerous though, so no need to be alarmed. It's just... well, it's strange. Frankly, I'm hoping you'll be able to give me a better explanation than I'm able to give you. Perhaps it's nothing, and we can all go home tomorrow." We came to a clearing where the construction workers had just begun digging the foundation to a building. The military had put the hole under a camouflage tent, and 3 armed guards surrounded it. It made me feel uneasy. "Come on," Jordan said. "Step forward and look down this hole." It wasn't deep, but they had reached the bedrock. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "You can't see it, can you?" Jordan said. "It's small, and I bet it's too strange for your brains to even consider the pattern. But it's there. Look at the corner." He pointed with his cigar. "Look carefully." We all gathered at the corner of the hole and looked down. It wasn't obvious, but after being told to look for something out of the ordinary, it only took us a few seconds to recognize it. Rodney was the first to speak. "Those are train wheels." "That's what it looks like," Jordan said. "Train wheels. Or to be more precise, fossilized train wheels." The pattern was obvious. 2 train wheels seen from the side. I didn't know what to believe. If it truly was a fossil, it was older than any train that had ever existed. Miguel laughed. "You brought us all the way out here for this? Tabernacle, it's obviously fake." "And how did you reach that conclusion?" Jordan said calmly. "Because there weren't any trains that far back in the past." "Well, that's the conundrum," Jordan said. "There shouldn't be fossilized trains, and yet, here, we are looking at one." "Well, it's a hoax," Miguel said. "Or someone's art project." "The construction workers didn't just dig this hole and found the train wheels like this," Kira said. "They removed the layer of the bedrock and found this underneath. Unless someone was able to carve the inside of the rock, this fossil is genuine. Or the construction workers removed a piece of rock that had been placed on top of it," Jiang said. "I mean, what you're suggesting here is impossible. Any other explanation is better." Jordan sighed and said, "We know this is real. Before we decided to bring you here, we successfully, albeit a bit unprofessionally, removed some more of the layer of rock and were able to reveal more of the wheels. So no one has carved this pattern into the rock." "But sir," I said with some hesitation, "these are the kind of rock we found dinosaurs in close to Alberta. It's millions of years old. I can't say anything for sure without a closer examination, but I'm pretty confident that before we brought you here," Jordan said, "we had some of the rocks sent to a lab for dating. I'm no expert, but Kira, help me out here, would you?" "Sir, they used radiometric dating methods," she said. "And?" Jiang asked. "How old is it?" It's... Kira cleared her throat as if she was about to say something she couldn't wrap her own mind around. It's approximately 65 million years old. Jiang crouched down and put her hands on her forehead in disbelief. I felt the same way. I think we all did. There was a moment of silence, and then Jordan spoke. It's a tough nut to crack. He took a puff on his cigar. That's why we brought you here. We suspect there's an entire train car hidden beneath the rock, and we need you to unearth it for us. It's a subway, Rodney exclaimed with a huge smile on his face while scratching his face excessively. The wheel arrangement hints at an electric train, most likely a subway car considering the size. Everyone looked at him. You can tell that just from the small part of the... Jordan said. Yes, Rodney said. I can tell. He giggled. Well, there you go, Jordan said. I must admit, I was skeptical of bringing you on board instead of a professional, but you're already proving yourself useful. Is there anything more you can say about this train? No, Rodney said, and began to rock back and forth a little bit with a concerned look on his face. I don't know. Jiang reached for his arm, trying to calm him down. Don't touch me. Rodney stepped back and began walking away. Kira? Jordan said. Kira nodded and followed Rodney back to the barracks. No one in Canada knows more about trains than Rodney, Jordan continued. He can identify any train from just seeing a tiny part of it. But, as you might have noticed, he's a bit challenged. We all need to be calm around him. And, for the love of God, don't touch him. He hates that. All of this was difficult to digest, to say the least. A fossilized subway car, at least 65 million years old? Even though the evidence was as clear as day, I still couldn't bring myself to believe it. But after working on the dig for about a week, it slowly dawned on me that this was actually happening. With unlimited funding, the dig was a dream come true for all of us. The mystery of it all made it even more exciting. But it was hard work, probably the hardest work I've ever done on the field. We were short-staffed, given the general's order to keep as few as possible in the know, and we took a beating because of the cold weather. Still, we worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk every day. Little by little, more of the train car was revealed. I worked closest to Jiang, to begin with because she was the only other paleontologist on the site, but later on because we clicked in a way that I hadn't clicked with a woman in a long time. We had a lot more in common than just our field of work, it turned out. And over time, I began daydreaming of asking her out when all of this was over. She worked pretty far from me, at a university in Ontario, but if things worked out, I thought I wouldn't mind moving there. All of this was maybe wishful thinking, but I thought I saw some signs that my feelings were mutual. About 3 months in, while exposing one of the windows in the middle section of the train car, we began seeing a truly disturbing pattern. It was one of the passengers. The only one we found. We could only see the person vaguely, as a partly eroded face looking straight at us through the window. It was twisted into an expression of horror. After having excavated a larger part of this section, we could see that the person held something up against the window. All we could tell from looking at the fossilized object was that it was rectangular in shape. There were no details indicating what it could have been. They had vanished a long time ago. We all stood around the face in a circle, looking at it without saying anything. Well, I'll be damned, Jordan finally said after having lit another cigar. A person. It doesn't look like he wanted to be there. He paused and looked at Kira, who stood next to him. Do you think this changes things? I wonder who it was, Jiang said. A time traveler? We had talked a lot about where the subway car could have come from. Miguel was still insisting on explanations that didn't violate any laws of physics. But over time, his explanations had become more and more constrained. After all, it only looked like one thing: time travel. Before this, none of us would have believed in it, of course. But aside from Miguel, it had now become our working hypothesis. We hadn't been given any chance to talk about it with Jordan though, who didn't want to discuss the military's theories with us. It wasn't until now, when staring at the face in the ground, that he spoke about it. An involuntary time traveler, he said. This does change things. What aren't you telling us? I asked. We need to be in the know if you want us to be able to do a good. Alright. Well, he said. All we have is speculations, really. Our team of experts back in Ottawa theorized that it was a result of some future experiments with time travel. A test to see if an object of the size of a train car could be sent back in time. Now, if that would have been the case, there wouldn't have been any passengers on it. So yeah, this changes things. Couldn't they have used the train car? Stefan began. As a time machine? Jordan said. This isn't Back to the Future. They wouldn't pick a subway car as their vehicle of choice. Somehow, this happened by accident. And, frankly, that worries me. He stormed off, and a few minutes later, we could hear him yell something on the phone. We didn't hear what he said, but it was clear that he was agitated. We continued to dig for 3 more months before anything else happened. Early one morning, Jiang called out my name. She was working on what looked like the front of the subway car. I walked over to her and asked her what was up. I just removed some rock matrix here, she said. And, well, take a look. What do you see? It looks like letters, I said. There were 3 letters, all with some spaces between them. Exactly. The first one is B. The rest of the letters weren't capitalized. They were H and Z. I think it spelled the word once, but some of the letters are missing, Jiang said. That would mean, I said. A shadow appeared in front of us. We looked up. It was Rodney. He looked down on us with a huge smile on his face. Oh, Jiang said. Hey, Rodney. Hey, he said. Those are letters. Yes, they are, Jiang said. Are they telling you something? He began scratching his chin out of excitement. Yes. What? I asked. Subway cars often have serial numbers or other types of designations such as names, Rodney said. Right, Jiang said, and then she continued in a whisper. Rodney, can you make a promise? Yes. He smiled even more now. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell Miguel, don't tell Stefan, don't tell Kira, and, most importantly, don't tell Jordan. Wait, I said. What's going on? Jiang picked up her rock hammer and smashed it down on the letters, destroying them. Whoa, I said. What are you? Shh, she hissed. Don't you understand? What? I said. You just damaged the most important fossil ever discovered. Time travel, Rodney said, grinning. I looked up at him, confused. Look, Ian, Jiang said. What do you think will happen when we're done here? I don't know, but they will fly this beauty to some secret base, and that will be the last we see of it. We will be sent home, forced to keep this to ourselves, or else be sent to some maximum security prison for the criminally insane. We're just the dig team. I began to see her point, but I still didn't dare to think it. Right now, somewhere in the world, and for some unknown reason, she said, there's a subway car that at some point in time will travel back 65 million years, and these letters might be the only way to figure out which one it is. You don't know that, I said. It might have already happened, or it might not happen until 100 years from now. True, Jiang said. But don't you want to know for sure? Say we find it, I said. What are you suggesting we do then? There was a moment of silence, and then I heard Rodney's robotic voice over my head again. Time travel. Jiang had been right. After we had unearthed the subway car, We helped them fly it out of there and was sent home without any acknowledgement whatsoever. They interviewed Rodney for every new part we dug up, but he never said anything about the letters. He seemed to enjoy keeping the secret, feeling as if he was a part of our little group. And he was. Spending 6 months this close together, the dig team, including Rodney, felt a little bit like family. Back at home, I missed that. The only person I kept contact with was Jiang. By now, I was in love with her, but I still hadn't brought it up. Since we lived too far away from each other to hang out, we had to resort to texting and occasionally talk on the phone. Even if nothing more happened between us, I was happy to stay in touch with her. It was nice to have someone to share the experience with. Of course, we didn't just share memories about what had happened. We also talked about the letters. I never returned to the dig site in Mexico. Somehow, digging up prehistoric invertebrates didn't feel as exciting anymore. I couldn't stop thinking about the subway car, and neither could Jiang. We spent a lot of our free time researching different subway systems, trying to find a subway car that had a word with the letters B, H, and Z written on it. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. We didn't have any success, and after a few months, I began to think that the subway car we were looking for hadn't been built yet. It was time for me to move on, I thought. But just a few days later, I received a phone call.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Rodney, is that you?
Yes.
I'm happy to hear from you. How are you doing?
I found it.
You found it?
Yes.
Are you talking about the subway car?
Yes.
Well, where is it?
It's in Stockholm.
Rodney's childish excitement made me smile.
The name of the car is Balthazar. It fits with the letters and spaces between them. All the subway cars within the Stockholm metro have different names. This particular car is named after Professor Balthazar in the Croatian animated television series. It was made for children and focuses on an old inventor. It was produced between 77 and 70.
Okay, slow down, I said. I don't need to know all the details about that. Are you saying this subway car is being used right now in the Stockholm metro?
Yes. Aren't you paying attention?
I was texting Jiang as I spoke with Rodney. Talking to Rodney right now. He has found it. Rodney, have you talked to anybody else?
No, it's our secret.
Okay, good. Where are you now?
In Stockholm.
What? I was more than surprised to hear this. How did you...
First, I took a taxi to the Toronto Pearson Airport. There, I bought a ticket
Right, I said. Well, have you localized the subway car?
I'll wait for you and Dr. Chen. I'm staying at the Radisson Blue Waterfront Hotel. Get over here now. I don't like to wait, okay?
I was excited to go to Stockholm to investigate the subway car. Given how extraordinary this discovery was, it would have been foolish not to go, and equally foolish to return before we had the answers we wanted. Hence, this had to be, if not a lifetime commitment, so at least a research project spanning years. Jiang texted me and said she was already packing, but I still needed some time to think it all over. In the end, however, I decided to take a leave of absence from the university. Jiang gave me some additional motivation to go, just by going herself. If I came along, it would mean I would get to meet her again, and maybe get a chance to be with her like I had wanted for so long. I bought a plane ticket to Stockholm, and almost packed my entire wardrobe since I didn't know when I would return. A part of me wondered if I should have prepared more for the possibility of traveling back in time. But the idea of catching the subway car at the right time, if there even was such a time, still seemed insane to me. It would most likely take several years of traveling. Even then, there weren't any guarantees. I was happy just going there to see if we could find some clues. I didn't meet Jiang until I came to Stockholm a few days later. It was just as nice to see her again as I had thought. Embracing her, even only as a friend, convinced me that I had made the right decision. We went to the hotel Rodney was staying at together. He opened the door with a huge smile. He had a white t-shirt on, saying, "I love trains," with a locomotive printed on it. We started talking about what to do and how to do it almost immediately. I was just about to suggest my modest plan of trying to find clues, perhaps by investigating the tunnel system, when Jiang interrupted me by saying, I think the first question we need to ask ourselves is how we can make sure to be on the train the day it goes back in time. Hold on, I said. We don't know if it's going to travel back in time. I mean, it's still possible that one of Miguel's more down-to-earth explanation is true. And even if it does travel back in time, it could be years, even decades from now. During all that time, we would have to travel on this specific subway car every day. So? Jiang said. I'm ready to sell my house if it means— Oh, come on, I said. We would have to live like homeless people, giving up everything for the slight chance. Rodney's smile had grown bigger and bigger while listening to us. And now he finally spoke up. You don't need to worry. The traffic administration has ordered 48 new trains of Model C30 at a cost of 5 billion Swedish crowns. The trains are manufactured in Germany and deliveries have already started. Right now, tests are being carried out without passengers. Thereafter, tests with passengers will be done and evaluated before the trains can be taken into full operation, probably in about 1 or 2 years. Initially, the new trains will only roll along the red line, which happens to be the same line where Balthazar is being used. That means we have a time frame, Jiang said. We know that the subway car will travel back in time before it's put out of commission, since there was a passenger inside the fossil. 2 years is still a long time, and I swallowed heavily. We would basically have to live within the metro system during that time. How will we support ourselves? I mean, for crying out loud, how will we even be able to go to the bathroom? They have public restrooms here and there, Jiang said. I don't know. We will figure it out, Rodney said. It will be fun. Still, I said, we will basically live like the beggars who are traveling the subway all day. But we won't be beggars, Jiang said. We'll be on a scientific expedition, albeit an unusual one. And 2 years is just the worst case scenario. It isn't that long. Rodney had grown impatient by all the talking and exclaimed, I want to live on this train and go see some dinosaurs. I love trains and dinosaurs. I didn't think it was responsible of us to bring Rodney along. He had been of great help to us, but he didn't seem to understand how dangerous our plans were, and if we would succeed with the impossible, I couldn't imagine him surviving for long. It's not safe, I said in a last attempt to save him from his own determination. We might not make it. I don't care, he said, rocking back and forth. I want to go. I want to go as soon as possible. I can help. Trust me. I know a lot about dinosaurs as well. We began traveling with Balthazar. It was a strange feeling seeing the subway car in our own time, knowing where it might end up. It was as if I was seeing something that already happened. In the beginning, each trip from the start to the end of the line filled me with excitement. Even though it was still difficult for me to imagine actual time travel, I still watched the other passengers and imagined myself spending the rest of my life with them 65 million years into the past. We spent the time not traveling, preparing, and making it easier for us to be on the ground as much as possible. In the end, Jiang did sell her house to support us, and since I knew how to code, I began working as a freelance developer, which could be done on while sitting on the subway. We stayed at the hotel for a month before we were able to find a cheap enough apartment to rent secondhand. To survive, we had to live frugally. We didn't even bother buying furniture, except for 3 collapsible beds and a table from IKEA. The idea was that we would only use the apartment for sleeping and meetings. There were a lot of things to figure out. For example, what to bring to the late Cretaceous. It was a trip of a lifetime, both figuratively and literally. Most likely, if we were to be successful, we wouldn't be able to get back to our own time. Grabbing a hold of firearms legally in Sweden proved to be too difficult, so we had to resort to other means. Surprisingly, it was Rodney who solved this problem after some intense research on the dark web. A criminal organization agreed to sell some hand grenades and 2 automatic submachine guns that were small enough for us to hide in our bags. A larger rifle would have been better, but it would have been too risky to travel with. Other than the weapons, we also spent some time getting our hands on a research tent and some rolls of solar panels. Those items, together with 2 plastic buckets we planned on collecting rainwater in, made our packing heavy, which wasn't optimal. We lived like this, like underground dwellers, for a long time. Days became weeks, and weeks became months. People began to recognize us, probably assuming we were living on the streets. Some people even gave us coins. My beard, which was long and shabby at this time, most likely contributed to this. This became our life. It was painful, humiliating, and degrading. We lost so much weight that we almost didn't recognize ourselves in the mirror. Jiyoung remained equally beautiful in my eyes though, but it wasn't a healthy lifestyle for any of us. The only thing that kept us going was the explorer's dream, to go where no one had gone before, and to see what no one had seen before. After 1 year, Jiyoung became depressed. I felt the same. It wasn't that she was giving up. It was just such a hard life. She cried a lot at night. I tried to comfort her, but for some reason, it felt uncomfortable. I had never confessed my feelings for her, mostly because she never showed me any signs of sharing them. But I think she knew, which made my approaches awkward. Rodney didn't seem to be as bothered by our way of life. He said it was similar to how he used to live before. He shifted his interest completely from trains to survivalism and living in the wild. During this time, he read every book on the topic and had practically memorized everything. Just before Jiyoung and I gave up under the pressure, almost at the 2-year mark, someone I recognized stepped on the train. For a few seconds, I couldn't place her, but then Rodney said, "Kira? How had she found us?" The train, filled with students going to Stockholm University, left the platform. A pretty long tunnel, the one between Tekniska Högskolan and the university, lay ahead. Would this be the end of the line for us? I assumed Kira had come to arrest us. Or had they kept track of us to see if we would solve the mystery? But why show up now and not when we found Balthazar? Kira picked up a weapon from her jacket, pointed it at me, and yelled from the top of her lungs, "Dr. Foster, get over here, right?" I remember the next moment as if it happened in slow motion. A shockwave coming out of nowhere made the entire train shake. It was as if we derailed, and yet we kept moving forward. The lights in the ceiling flickered in and out. Some of the passengers screamed out of fear of Kira's gun and some out of fear of the violent shaking. A lot of people fell down on top of each other. This was the day. I didn't have time to think it, but I felt it deep down. This otherwise ordinary day in May was the day it happened. I felt bad for the rest of the passengers. They hadn't asked to be a part of this. The lights went out completely and were replaced by total darkness. Panic erupted. People were stepping on each other, trying to get up. Here and there, phones lit up, revealing frightened faces. I grabbed Jiyoung's hand and pulled her toward me. "It is happening!" I heard Rodney yell. A bang. First, I thought Kira's gun had gone off, but it was too loud for that. Some of the windows exploded inward from the sound. My ears were ringing, and then, in the blink of an eye, sunlight flooded the subway car and everything stopped moving. It took some time for our eyes to adjust to the bright light. A strange calm of confusion spread through the subway car. Slowly, I began to see shapes and colors outside. "It's beautiful," Jiyoung said with tears in her eyes. "We made it." Everyone got up on their feet, trying to orient themselves and understand what had happened. Kira was acting differently though. She was in a different kind of distress. It was almost as if she expected something would happen. She panicked and tried to push her way through the crowd to get away from the window. But she couldn't. "Dr. Foster, you have to!" I couldn't hear the rest because of all the commotion around us. I saw tears forming in Kira's eyes. And then she slowly turned around to face the window. She put her gun to her own head, but she didn't have time to pull the trigger. Someone screamed, a scream that spread to everyone else, and in the next moment, my childhood dream came true. "It's blue," Rodney said. The feathered head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a blue haze to it stuck its head inside the window and grabbed Kira with its gruesome teeth. Everyone tried to get away from the window. A young girl, maybe just 15 years old, cried as she fell down. She couldn't get up, and after having been trampled, her cries slowly faded out. An old lady was pressed up against the wall with so much force that she coughed up blood. People began jumping out of the windows on the other side of the subway car. They tried to run, but after just a few meters, they saw something that made them run back. I began feeling a bit unsteady, dizzy almost. It was the effect of the high oxygen levels in this time period. I wasn't the only one feeling it. An elderly man fainted in front of me. It would take some time to get used to the atmosphere, I thought. "Please!" Jiang yelled. "Duck and cover!" No one listened. The subway car shook. It was the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It wasn't alone. They were circling us, pushing the subway car as if to investigate its structure. My terror was mixed with a sense of wonder. They were majestic. One of them stopped in an instant and tilted its head, just like a bird would have done. It made a loud sound. It wasn't a roar, more like a hoarse grunt. It made its mate stop as well. Then, they took off in a haste. Everyone was crying, asking themselves what was going on. I ran to the window to get a clearer look at the outsides. We were in the middle of what looked like a savanna surrounded by dense jungle. "We're back in Canada," Jiang said next to me. "Or, in what will become Canada, somewhere in the north of the supercontinent Laurasian," I said. "Why did they run away like that?" "No idea," Jiang said. "But look at that. What is that?" She pointed at a strange mountain in the horizon. It was perfectly black, which made it stand out in comparison to the mountains next to it. Dark spires rose to the sky around it, and huge clusters of what I could only assume was some kind of pterosaurs circled the top. "I don't know," I said. And before I could say anything else, I was interrupted by something that felt like a tiny earthquake. "Oh my god!" someone yelled in Swedish. Everyone began to panic again. I pushed my way to the other side of the subway car and looked outside. Kira's body lay on the ground, her head missing. But that wasn't what had made everyone afraid. Something was coming out of the jungle. Thousands upon thousands of predatory-like dinosaurs came running towards us, shaking the ground as they ran across it. Jiang joined me after having to force herself through everyone trying to escape the subway car to get away. "Are they velociraptors?" she said. "I'm pretty sure they are." "But they shouldn't be here," I said. "They lived 10 million years earlier, and not in this part of the world." "They look wrong too," Jiang said. "Don't just stand there," someone yelled at us. "We need to get the fuck out of here." I didn't listen. "They're too white," I said. "It looks like their feathers have been picked. And what are those black patches covering parts of their bodies? I can't make it out. It looks like some kind of slime. And why are they moving like a herd?" They were coming closer at an alarming speed. Almost all of the passengers had climbed outside and began running for their lives. But we stayed. The inside of the subway car was probably still the safest place we agreed on without even having to discuss it. "They aren't moving like a herd," Jiang said, with a tremor in her voice. "They're moving like a swarm." The strangest thing was that amongst them, there were other dinosaurs too. I could see several triceratops, common for this era, and a few stegosaurs, which should have disappeared millions of years earlier. They all looked equally white, as if they didn't have any pigment at all, except for the black goo. "They're so pale," I said. "They almost look dead." "This is insane," Jiang said. "What the hell is going on here?" "We won't be able to figure this out now," I said. "They'll reach us in a matter of minutes. I think we should climb up on the roof. Do you think we can do that?" We left our bags in the subway car and helped each other up on the roof while the swarm kept getting closer. I climbed up first. Jiang yelled for Rodney to come out while I helped her up. Rodney clumsily fell out of one of the windows. He nervously looked at the swarm of dinosaurs, then at us. "Come on, Rodney," Jiang yelled. "Take my hand." He ran up to us and stared at Jiang's hand with more panic than when he had seen the approaching dinosaurs. "I don't like being touched," he said. "You can do it, Rodney," Jiang said. "Trust me." Only seconds remained now. Some of the black mass covering the dinosaurs formed crystal-like spikes that grew out of their heads. Nothing made sense. Rodney scratched his chin frantically, spun around in some kind of frustration, and mumbled something we couldn't hear. "He can't do it," I said. "He's going to die." "Rodney!" Jiang yelled with a desperate plea in her eyes. "You have to take my hand now if you want to live." The first velociraptor ran past the subway car at an incredible speed. The second one, only a second away, had its eyes set on Rodney. Its large, drooling mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, reminded me of a sinister smile. Rodney closed his eyes and screamed. Then he reached for Jiang's hand. She grabbed it, stood up, and tried to pull him up. But he was too heavy for her. I quickly reached for Jiang's hands to help her. For a second, I thought it was too late. Rodney was halfway up. The velociraptor jumped in an attempt to bite his leg. I threw myself backward, pulling Jiang with me and Rodney up on the roof, just a fraction of a second, before he would have been trapped in the jaws of that fearsome beast. The subway car almost fell over as the swarm passed by. I crawled to the edge to see where it was going. I could still see the people running away in the distance. I couldn't even imagine how confused they must have been. They had just reached the jungle, but they wouldn't get far. The swarm was too quick. It kicked up dust all around us, making it even harder to breathe. We stayed on the roof until everything was still. The swarm had run inside the jungle and most likely caught up with the passengers. How did Kira know? I asked. You think she knew this was the day? Jiang said. Maybe they found some additional clues, I said. But I'm not sure why she would come alone if they knew all along. We couldn't figure it out. Everything was silent now. We stood up. This was the first time we could take it all in without distractions. The savannah wasn't so much a savannah as a large valley. The jungle-covered hills around us sparkle like emeralds in the sunlight. It looks so young, I said. The earth looks young. Actually, Rodney said, catching his breath. Earth is still billions of years. I know, I said. But can't you sense it? A world without humans. A world without civilization. Think about it. Right now, we are the most intelligent beings on the planet. As I said that, my gaze landed on the ominous black mountain on the horizon. Its organic spires moved slightly left to right. What are we going to do with the bodies? Jiang asked. Do you think we should bury them? She meant Kira and a few of the others who hadn't survived. There's no time for that, I said. We need to find somewhere to take shelter as soon as possible. I guess you're right, Jiang said with sadness in her voice. Poor Kira. She was a good person. Do you think we're to blame? What? I said. No, of course not. We climbed down and grabbed our bags. I wasn't used to holding a gun, especially not a submachine gun. But when I pulled it out of my bag, it gave me a confidence I otherwise would never have been able to muster in this place. Jiang took her gun as well. Stick close to us, Rodney, Jiang said. Don't wander off. We need to take advantage of our mammalian flexibility, I said. Our best shot is either up in the trees or in the hills. The hills, Rodney said. We need a cave. He's right, Jiang said. We can't make a fire outside. The oxygen levels are so high that even wet plants might burn. We headed towards the largest hill. I stopped for a moment and looked back at the subway car. It didn't belong here. Seeing it standing in the middle of this valley at the end of the Cretaceous period felt surreal. How did it end up here? So far, none of our questions had been answered. More had just been added. As soon as we stepped into the jungle and began walking up one of the first hills, we heard smaller animals, perhaps our own prehistoric cousins, hiding away in the bushes. An awful smell came from somewhere nearby. Smaller avian animals, perhaps a form of Rahanovis, given their raised sickle claw, flew in the direction of the smell. When we arrived at its source, we saw that it came from a recently deceased Elamosaurus. It was gigantic, approximately 30 meters between its long tail and neck. The birds circled the corpse, and insects and arthropods the size of rats crawled all over it. Seeing the bugs made my sweaty skin crawl. "Are you okay?" Rodney said, smiling as if he didn't realize the danger we were in. "You look pale." I'm okay," I said. "It's just so freaking humid here." "Look at those," Jiang said and pointed at a large group of centipedes crawling in and out of the corpse. "They're white, just like the strange dinosaurs within the swarm, and yes, there's something black on them as well." "Do you think that black stuff?" I said. "Yes, it's the same. It looks like some kind of parasitic fungus. Could that be it?" "Doesn't explain the lack of pigment, but yes." We heard something large move around nearby. "Let's move on," I said. "This carcass will attract larger animals sooner or later. I don't want to be here when they come." As we walked further into the jungle, climbing the hill, we continued our conversation about the black substance. "I have a crazy idea," Jiang said. "Well," I said, "given what we've been through, I don't think crazy is synonymous with unbelievable anymore." "I'm sure you're familiar with it already," she said. "There's a fungus in the tropics, an insect pathogenic fungus. I've forgotten its name now, but it basically takes control over their hosts. They infect ants. You heard about it?" "Ophiocordyceps unilateralis," Rodney said while looking around himself in the utter fascination of everything he lays his eyes on. As he continued, it sounded as if he was quoting a lexicon. "Infected hosts leave their nests among the trees for the forest floor, where the temperature and humidity are fit for fungal growth." "I think I read about it somewhere," I said. "The infected ants use their mandibles to attach themselves to a major vein on the underside of a leaf," Rodney said, "where the ant stays after its death. What if this fungus is some prehistoric relative to that species?" Jiang said. "Taking control over their hosts, it could explain the odd behavior we saw earlier." "I don't know," I said. "That doesn't explain the anachronisms. The dinosaurs that should already be extinct. There was a freaking stegosaurus among them. And again, why were they white?" "The last part could be a symptom," Jiang said. "But yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs from the past and mammals from the future. Nothing makes any goddamn sense." Larger animals, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex, wouldn't be a good climber, so we chose to ascend the steepest part of the hill to avoid falling prey to them. The trees grew a bit sparser, which helped against the humidity, but it also revealed the scorching sun above us. We stopped for a moment, sat down against the cliff, and drank from the water we had brought with us. The view over the valley was breathtaking. We could see the subway car, far away from us now. The remaining windows reflected the sunlight. "Something is moving down there," Jiang said and went through her bag to find her binoculars. "Can you see it?" I could see two large figures next to the subway car. "Quetzalcoatlus," Jiang said, looking through her binoculars. "My god, there's two of them." They were the largest known flying animals that ever lived. Excited, I began digging up my own binoculars from my bag. I wanted to see what they really looked like. But as soon as I lay my eyes on them through the binoculars, my excitement got mixed with my dreadful feeling of something being wrong. They were both white and covered in the black fungus. One of them had stuck its head inside a subway car and dragged out one of the dead passengers. It picked it up with its enormous, sharp and pointed beak. The other one picked up Kira's body. "What are they doing?" I asked. They spread their giant wings, stretching more than 10 meters in between, and took off with the bodies in their beaks. "They're flying in the direction of the Black Mountain," Jiang said. "What do you think it is?" I asked. "Some kind of nest?" Jiang said. We kept watching the Quetzalcoatlus until they joined the rest of the dots circling the mountain. "We need to get moving, find some place to set up camp," I said. We stood up and continued upward. "You were wrong," Rodney said out of nowhere. "About what?" I asked while I threw my back up on the cliff and heaved myself upon it. My head was still spinning a little bit, especially when I exerted myself, and my body ached. "There's another intelligence here," Rodney said. "I was thinking the same," Jiang said. "From what we have seen so far, we can assume that this fungus, or whatever it is, at least have some form of swarm intelligence. All those dinosaurs from before, moving in unison, and now these Quetzalcoatlus collecting bodies for the rest of the swarm." "Physarum polycephalum," Rodney said. "What's that?" I asked. "It's my favorite slime mold," he said. "What's yours?" "I don't really have a favorite slime mold, Rodney," I said. "Is there anything special about it?" "Yes." I helped him up on the cliff. He was still hesitant to be touched, but he seemed to handle it better now. "Well, what is it?" "As I said, it's a slime mold. It doesn't have a nervous system, but it still shows signs of intelligent behavior. It can get through mazes, store nutrition efficiently, walk around traps, and balance its nutritional intake." "I've read about that," Jiang said as she reached the top of the hill a few meters above us. "Perhaps this is some kind of super version of that species. The question is, how smart is it?" "It's an animal, so I still think I was right to say we are the most intelligent beings," I said, but was interrupted by Jiang. "I think we should set up camp here," she said. "It's unlikely a larger predator will be able to reach the top of this hill. It's a bit less humid here as well. The only issue is the fire. There's no safe place for it here. A tiny spark might cause the entire jungle, and us too, to go up in flames." "Perhaps we can build an oven," I said, "with some rocks, or, preferably, clay of some sort." "That's a good idea," Jiang said. "I'm just worried about the smoke. It will draw attention." "You really think it's that intelligent?" I said. "You think it could recognize a stream of smoke as a sign of our presence?" "We've been mysteriously brought back in time," Jiang said. "We can't take any chances here." "Without fire, we won't survive for long," I said. "I say we take the risk." With that said, we began setting up the tent and all the equipment we had brought with us. Not only would this be our camp, it would also be our research station. After a few hours of hard work, the sun had set behind the hills. We took a break to look at the view. The Black Mountain wasn't black anymore. It sparkled with a ghostly blue light, just as if it reflected the starry sky above. "Bioluminescence," Jiang said. "Astonishing." "You can see it on the animals flying above as well," I said. "Like gigantic fireflies. And look, at the base. Can you see it?" There was a faint bluish glow coming from inside the jungle surrounding the mountain. "It's everywhere," Jiang said. We slowly turned our eyes to the sky. It was unrecognizable. The stars, including our own sun, were positioned somewhere else in the Milky Way at this time period. Without being able to know which ones, some of the stars that we were seeing weren't even alive anymore in our own time. What fascinated me the most, however, was the celestial bodies that looked exactly the same. It took us a while to figure it out, but we could see Jupiter slowly following its usual path around the sun, and we speculated that one of the dots in the sky must have been Mars. The moon, seen as a crescent close to the horizon, was perhaps closer to Earth, but it was impossible to tell with the naked eye. Except for a few craters here and there, I said. Those celestial bodies are the same as they will be 65 million years from now. It makes you think, huh? Actually, Rodney said, at this time, Mars still has active volcanoes on its surface, and the rings of Saturn might not have formed yet. What's that? Jiyoung said, and pointed to something faint rising over the horizon. The second she pointed it out, I felt the hair stand up in my neck. Slowly climbing up the night sky was a white dot engulfed in what looked like a green haze. Please tell me that isn't what I think it is, I said. It's a comet, she said. But it's impossible to tell if it's the one. If we keep an eye on it during the following nights, Rodney said, we should be able to determine if it's headed our way. But we can't see its tail, I said, sensing a mortal fear climbing up my spine. Doesn't that indicate that it's headed straight for us? We went to bed inside the tent. Since we hadn't made a fire yet, it was pretty cold, even in our sleeping bags. The sound of the night was different from what we were used to. There weren't any crickets chirping, just frightening roars, grunts, and an occasional nearby hissing that made my blood run cold. A lingering sense of doom from when we saw the comet made it even more difficult for me to focus my thoughts. Everything was uncomfortable. I kept thinking that I could still smell the cadaver from earlier, but I couldn't be sure if it was that or something else, and my beard was itching so much it almost drove me insane. I wanted a haircut, a clean shave, and a warm bath. The next day, we built an oven in the ground, doing our best to divert and hide the smoke from it, and had a discussion about what we ought to eat to stay alive. I suggested we could hunt small mammals, since it would have been too dangerous to hunt dinosaurs and too difficult to hunt birds. But Jiyoung strongly objected to that. Are you crazy? She said. Mammals? What do you mean? I asked. They're small. We don't know which species is our earliest mammal ancestor, she said. What if one of the individuals we kill carries a mutation that would have proven necessary for humanity to evolve? It was difficult for me to think. I didn't feel like myself. Before arriving here, I considered myself a rather intelligent man. But now, it felt like my thoughts were traveling through maple syrup. I felt slow and dull. I hadn't adapted to the oxygen levels, not as well as Jiyoung and Rodney seemed to have done. I put my hands on my forehead and concentrated as hard as I could. Okay, I said. But our trip here already happened. We found the subway car. So, whatever we do, we already know that it won't lead to humanity never evolving. Maybe that's because we decided not to eat any mammals, Jiyoung said. Let's not challenge fate, okay? I closed my eyes and tried to think even harder. This makes my head hurt, I said. What were we even talking about? Oh yeah, the food. What do you suggest we eat? Insects, Jiyoung said. Insects and other types of bugs. I felt sick just thinking about it, and even sicker when we made our first entomophagic meal in the oven. It was disgusting. We did try some fruits that we observed a group of Alamosaurus eating, but they were so bitter that it was difficult to swallow them without throwing up. We usually stay close to camp. Anything else we deemed too dangerous. There were enough to study right where we were, so it really wasn't a problem from a research perspective. The view over the valley also gave us ample opportunity to study life down there without getting too close to it. We did, however, build a lookout, a small observation platform among the canopies at the base of the hill, which we used to study birds and the life on the ground beneath the trees. In the beginning, our observations interested me a great deal, even in my less than comfortable condition. We saw plenty of species from the safety of our camp. Sonorosaurus, Hadrosaurus, Calyphiocephali, Triceratops, healthy ones, and many more. We also observed different species that we hadn't yet found any fossils from. Only on a few occasions did we see what we call the swarm of infected dinosaurs. They appeared intermittently, hunting, and then returned with their prey to the nest. Given their seemingly intelligent coordination, Jiang said, more to Rodney than to me, and the unhindered spread of the fungus, it's a mystery why it hasn't taken over the planet completely. My poor condition had rendered me pretty useless at this point, but I could still listen and understand what they said. The most reasonable explanation, Rodney said, is that it needs some portion of the environment to remain untouched, most likely to preserve its food supply. That will require an incredible capacity to think forward, I said. The notion of a fungus being able to do that, even in this bizarre situation, is tough to swallow. I don't know, Jiang said. Maybe. She seemed to think about something she wasn't ready to put into words yet. Every night, we kept track of the comet to the best of our abilities. It did come closer. My fear of death increased for every measurement. And then, one night, it disappeared. It had passed us. I was immensely relieved, but my life didn't improve by much. We spent months doing the same routines around the camp. We collected bugs to eat, spent hours observing the valley, and even more hours documenting and cataloging our findings. Jiang and Rodney did it with all the passion of true naturalists. For them, all the hardships were worth it. They made peace with the fact that this was their life now and adapted to the new circumstances in a way I never managed to do. They began gaining their weight back that they had lost while we had traveled with Balthazar. And Rodney, now a self-taught expert on surviving in the wild, even grew an impressive amount of muscles while working with his body. I learned things about myself that I had rather not known. Why had I come to this place? I kept asking myself that question more and more. Curiosity had made me give up everything to come here, to see what no human had seen before. But while being here, I came to the realization that I had been naive. I had been ready to spend my life here, like some kind of Robinson Crusoe lost in time. But I had foolishly imagined some kind of paradisal existence. I had understood the risks involved in living among dinosaurs in their natural habitat, yes, but I had underestimated the habitat itself. The scorching sun, the unrelenting humidity, the tremendous storms, and the never-ending presence of oversized insects. Even if I had all of my strength, this environment would still have taken a toll on me. My childhood dream had quickly turned out to be a nightmare. I missed my office at the university. Hell, I even missed the astringent coffee from the outdated machine in the hallway. I would have given anything to read about prehistory rather than living in it. But there was no hope for us to return. I usually kept all of these thoughts, all of these regrets, to myself. But my mood still made it obvious that I wasn't content. And during one of the thunderstorms, while the heavy rain whipped me in the face because of the strong winds, I snapped. Jiang kindly asked me to bring some samples inside the tent so they wouldn't get ruined in the rain. "What's the fucking point?" I yelled through the rain. "What do you mean?" she asked, surprised. "All this research." An anxiety-inducing lightning strike nearby lit up my malnutritious face. "Just why?" I stepped closer to Jiang so she could hear me properly. "Who's gonna read about our discoveries, huh? No one, that's who. Where are we going to publish our findings? This is insane. All our hard work will be forgotten." "That's why you came here? For recognition?" I wiped the rain out of my face. "Of course not. It's just that..." I interrupted myself. She was wrong. but I couldn't tell her why. I hadn't come here for validation, and not because of any hunger for knowledge either. I had come here for her. I realize that now. Forget about it. I picked up the samples and put them inside the tent. Then I sat down and cried convulsively. Jiyoung sat down next to me and put her hand on my shoulder. It was a bittersweet touch. "It will be alright," she said. I wanted to embrace her, but I wasn't sure how she would feel about that, so I just sat there, shivering like a pathetic schoolboy. I want to go home," I said between my sobs. "I'm just so tired, you know?" "We just have to adapt," she said. "There's still a lot to figure out about this place." And she looked at me as if she was worried about something. "I have a feeling our research might be more important than you think." "Is everything alright?" Rodney, who had been spending the day up inside the lookout, poked his head inside the tent with one of his now somewhat confident smiles. I thought I heard yelling. Jiyoung let go of my shoulder, a bit too quickly for it to feel natural, and smiled at him in a way she had never smiled at me. "No, we're alright," she said. "Aren't we, Ian?" I nodded. Everything continued as before after this night. Nothing indicated that Jiyoung's intuition about everything turning out alright bore any basis in reality. The storm abated, the merciless sun returned, and the routines continued just as before, and my mental health kept deteriorating. "What's going on?" It was a few months later. Gunfire woke me up in the middle of the night. I stumbled out of the tent, only dressed in my underwear. Jiyoung and Rodney were shooting at something on the ground. Their stern faces were lit up by the fire from the machine guns. "Get the flashlight!" Jiyoung yelled. I ran to the charging station next to the tent and grabbed one of them and shone my light on the ground. The air smelled of the pungent nitroglycerin from the guns, which somehow reminded me of civilization. They had killed a giant snake that had found its way up on the hill. It was white, partly covered with the black fungus. "What does this mean?" I asked. "It found us?" "I don't know," Jiyoung said. "It isn't good." "But it's dead," I said. "It can't return to tell if it doesn't return," Jiyoung said. "More might be sent out." "It's just an animal," I said. "I get that it's clever, but it can't possibly think strategically like..." "Don't touch me!" It was Rodney. "Help!" I shone my light in his direction. My heart almost stopped when I saw what had grabbed Rodney. Jiyoung pointed her gun at them, but couldn't get a clear shot. "Hey!" she yelled. "Let him go!" They were just as white as the other infected animals. But they were humans. They acted swiftly, carrying Rodney down into the jungle while he yelled for our help. The black patches on their naked bodies glowed blue in the dark. It must have taken control over the other passengers, I said in disbelief. "We need to get away from here." Jiyoung was having a panic attack, frantically trying to solve a profound mystery in a matter of seconds. "He's gone," I said. "We need to go into hiding." No, Jiyoung said and leaned over with her hands on her knees. Rodney! I went inside the tent and grabbed some more ammunition. Then I picked up one of the guns and grabbed Jiyoung by the arm. "Let's go!" I was still in my underwear, but there wasn't any time to get dressed. "We have to get the fuck out of here!" We spent the night hiding up in the lookout. I kept my fingers on the trigger, pointing the gun at the ground. "He was our responsibility, Ian," Jiyoung said, beside herself. "We failed him. I should have kept my eyes on him." "There wasn't anything we could have done," I said. "We should never have brought him here," she said. "He chose to come here," I said. "He was an adult. You know he had special needs. He wasn't." Jia looked down in shame for a minute. And then, she looked me in the eye. "We have to save him." "What do you mean save him?" I asked. "They probably took him to the nest. We can't go there. We can't leave him behind." She wasn't making any sense, which was understandable given how upset she was. "We'll see," I said, trying to comfort her. "Let's return to camp tomorrow, in daylight, and grab what we need. After that, we can talk about what to do next." I waited for her to answer, but she remained silent. Okay, she said defiantly. We spent the rest of the night listening to the harrowing sounds of the jungle, unable to sleep. And at sunrise, we returned to the camp. It was untouched. Fat flies circled the dead snake. It looked even larger in the sunlight. The black fungus on its body seemed to move slowly. It was still alive. "Pack the essentials," Jiyoung told me, "and grab the plastic boxes and roll up the solar panels." I got dressed and did what she said. "I'll sample some of this fungus," she said. "Why?" I asked. "We need to focus on surviving now. Can't you see that's what I'm doing? I want to figure out how to kill this son of a bitch." "Where are we going to go?" I asked. "The lookout," she said with determination in her voice. "We don't have time to set up a new camp. We'll have to do everything from there." She was right. The platform was the safest place, but it was tiny and almost didn't have enough space for 2 people. And it became even smaller after I had put the plastic boxes in place to collect rainwater and rolled out the solar panels. From this day on, life became even tougher. Jiyoung never gave up on her research. She just changed its focus. Instead of relentlessly studying the flora and fauna, she was now obsessed with trying to figure out the weaknesses of the black fungus. She refused to do anything else. I had to take care of all the practical things, such as collecting bugs, a pretty easy task among the tropical canopies, and figuring out ways to cook them without starting a wildfire. Although we lived extremely tight together, we drifted apart more and more. We only spoke if necessary. She let me do my thing, and I let her do her thing. It wasn't until now, after all this time, that I came to terms with the fact that she never loved me and that she never would. Sometimes she shared her progress with me, but it was difficult for me to understand exactly what she was doing. She spent hours each day collecting plants, fruits, roots, anything she could find, and subjected the fungus to it. This went on for months. Nothing seemed to work. I begged her to give up, to accept that Rodney had been lost just like the other passengers, and that we needed to focus on finding a permanent place to live. But she refused to give up. It wasn't healthy. She cried herself to sleep every night. From time to time, the thought of leaving her popped up into my head. But in the end, I knew that I wouldn't be able to make it without her. It wasn't just that I was too weak. I was too scared as well. And even though we didn't get along as well as we once did, I still cared about her. I still had feelings for her. Over time, Jiyoung seemed to be getting ready to give up. But then, just a few days after she had hinted at it, she had a eureka moment I wish had never happened. Her stubborn experimentation had yielded results. She had managed to make an antifungal cream out of formic acid, fruit juice, and some flower extract. It repelled the black fungus and even killed it with enough of a dosage. "I'm going to make a lot of this," she said. "It won't harm us. At least, I don't think it will." "Why?" I asked. "What do you hope to accomplish?" "What do you think?" she said. "We'll cover our bodies with this, and then we'll sneak inside the nest and save them." "Are you insane?" I said, horrified. "What makes you think they're even alive? You have to let go of this obsession. They might be infected right now," she said. "But if they ingest this substance, it will kill the fungus and free them." "No," I said. "I refuse to listen to this nonsense." "Please," she said. "Consider the alternative for a second. What do you mean? We are two people, she said. You and me. What if something happens to me? You aren't equipped to survive here alone. It's unlikely we will make it if it's just the two of us. Remember, we'll have to spend the rest of our lives here. What are you trying to say? Our only hope for long-term survival is to save the others, she said. If we do that, we can establish our own tribe, our own society if you will. We're human beings, Ian, and we need a pack to function. I hate you, I said. Ian, please. I hate you, because you're right. She smiled, but it only filled me with dread. It took several weeks to prepare for the rescue, and by the time we were ready, it had been 1.5 years since we arrived in this time period. During the planning, we did some dangerous expeditions closer to the nest. The fungus covered most of the ground beneath the jungle, even climbing the trees like black creepers and lianas. We talked a lot about how to get inside without being detected, and in the end, we came up with a theory that the fungus might not react to our presence if we covered ourselves with it. This would, of course, put us in a completely different kind of danger. But Jiang suggested that we will only cover our clothes with it and smear our bodies with the anti-fungal cream to keep it away from our skin. To test this theory, we captured a few small mammals, sidestepping our established principles, and let them out in the infected area, both with and without protection. To our relief, the animals that we had covered in fungal matter was left alone by the patrolling creatures. Since we couldn't do any reconnaissance inside the nest, we would have to improvise as soon as we entered it. I didn't have much hope for survival. But without trying, there wouldn't be any hope at all in the long run. We did need the other people to stay alive. Jiang made pellets of the medicine that we intended to give to survivors, if there were any. The next day, I saw her smear her own body with the cream. After that, she got dressed, put the grenade belt around her waist and the gun over her shoulder. She gave the other gun to me. Get ready, she said. Today is the day. My entire body shook out of fear while I applied the antifungal cream on my naked skin. I had some kind of allergic reaction to it. It made my skin burn, just as if I was covered in stinging nettles. God, I said, it stings so bad. It won't kill you. I've never been so uncomfortable in my entire life, I said. When I put on my clothes and felt its fabric pressing against my sensitive skin, I squirmed out of agony. It felt like the entire planet tried to do whatever it could to torture me, maybe to punish me for going somewhere I didn't belong. It was a stupid feeling, I knew that, but a feeling nonetheless. The sun was setting when we climbed down from the platform and began venturing through the jungle. The pain made it difficult to walk. Every step felt like walking through fire. It made me stiff, but I had to go on. Jiang couldn't do this alone. When we stepped out of the jungle and into the valley, which we had to cross to get to the nest on the other side, the stars shone down on us from above. It's back, Jiang said. Look. It was the comet, slowly climbing the horizon just like it had done 1.5 years earlier. It only has an orbital period of about a year, I said. But that means I try to keep my burning neck from touching my collar. I always believed it came from beyond Jupiter, but this means it must have been an inner solar system object. Jiang didn't look at it. She kept her eyes on the landscape. We don't even know if it's the Chicxulub impactor, she said. During this time, I would assume the sky is filled with hundreds, if not thousands of rocks. Crossing the valley in the dark, only lit by the ghostly green light from the rising comet, my feeling of doom was accompanied by a surreal sensation of inevitability, or perhaps fatefulness. These feelings didn't last long, until they were replaced by terror. 3 large shadows were moving in on us. Their croaky grunts echoed in the night, removing all doubt. T-Rexes! Jiang yelled. Run! They split up, trying to surround us or flank us. "Where to?" I said. "They're so fast." I couldn't imagine us being able to run away from them. "The subway car!" It wasn't until now that I noticed its black silhouette in the darkness, maybe 100 meters to our right. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, normal ones as far as I could see, gained on us quickly. "Should I fire?" I yelled. "No," Jiang said. "We're almost there." "We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die," I repeated while panting excessively. "Don't look at them," Jiang said. "Don't look back." The Tyrannosaurus Rex closest to us was just about to reach us when we arrived at the subway car. Jiang helped me climb inside through one of the windows. I fell down on the floor, got up, and dragged Jiang inside only seconds before the Tyrannosaurus Rex ran straight into the subway car and then poked his head inside, grunting with his drooling, frightening jaws. We crawled to the other side and pointed our guns toward it. "Shoot it!" Jiang yelled. "Shoot it!" As soon as we opened fire, it retreated, more afraid of the sound than the bullets. We stood up and looked outside. They were circling the subway car, unsure of what to do. "We'll have to use one of the grenades," Jiang said. "We gotta scare them away. Won't that attract the attention of the infected? Hopefully, we will have enough time to get out of the area." Before I had any chance to answer, she pulled a pin and threw the grenade. She pushed me down on the floor, and a few seconds later, the grenade went off. "It worked," Jian said after looking out the window. "They're running away." "But, look," I said. "I told you, look at the nest." The clusters of bioluminescent Katsuko Atlas that was circling the black mountain in the horizon, glittering in the dark, suddenly changed their direction and flew toward us. "Shit," Jiang said. "We have to run as fast as we can." It was difficult to say how long it would take the Katsuko Atlas to arrive, but it was clear we didn't have that much time, and so we picked up speed again, like prey on the run from Mother Nature herself, fueled by the terror rushing through our minds and the adrenaline rushing through our veins. Right before we reached the jungle on the other side, entering the domain of the fungus, the gigantic pterosaurs cast their enormous shadows on us as they passed right above us. Our plan had worked. Nothing took notice of us as we slowly walked toward the mountain. Our boots pressed down on the shimmering slime that covered the ground, making a crunchy sound. Other than that, everything was dead silent. The darkness ahead, lit up by the luminescence within the omnipresent mold, almost looked peaceful in its alien sublimity. An infected triceratops slowly walked forward just a few meters in front of us. I held my breath. Strange crystal-like structures shot up through the ground here and there. "How come we haven't found any fossils from this organism?" I asked. "It must be covering the entire planet, given how successful it seems to be." "It doesn't have any bone structure or recognizable patterns," Jiang said. "Chances are we found traces of it, but not been able to identify it as anything special. And those black crystals seem to be either some kind of cartilage or sugar, which wouldn't be likely to survive over long time periods." I had hoped that our visit here would have shed some light on the mysteries, but the further inside the territory we walked, the more questions arose. About a kilometer ahead, we stumbled upon a biological structure inside a clearing. It was huge. Giant bones, rib bones from some large animal by the looks of them, surrounded a large accumulation of pulsating white flesh. The bones held it together. On top of it, there was a giant, unblinking eye mysteriously staring at the sky. "What is this?" I asked. "This is a structure, a living building." "Don't you get it?" she said. I was too scared to even consider what she was thinking. "It's an observatory," she said. She continued. "This magnificent organism, this fungus, is not just a primitive organism, as you suggested before." "What's your theory?" I asked as we sneaked past the giant eye. "I think it's sentient," she said. "It's intelligent. It should have taken over the entire world by now, if that's the case," I said. "Just like humanity have done in our time. Wasn't it you who said that one time?" That it was a mystery why it hasn't done that? Maybe, Jiang said. I don't know. I have an idea about that, but let's see what else we'll find out. Kira? I said. She was standing right in front of us, completely naked and as white as a corpse. Black blotches could be seen all over her body. That's not Kira, Jiang whispered. She's been infected? I said. But she lost her head. Not Kira, Jiang said as she slowly backed away from her. Someone else jumped down from a tree nearby. Also Kira. They looked exactly the same. What in heaven's name is going on? I said, fighting an impulse to itch the rashes in my face. A third one stepped forward. Then a fourth one. It has found us, Jiang said. The pale individuals in front of us all screamed at once, showing off their teeth as if they were a pack of wild animals. And then, they attacked. Jiang opened fire. 2 of them fell down, but 2 new ones appeared out of nowhere and replaced them. I fired as well, but I couldn't tell if I hit anything. Run! Jiang yelled. Run for your life! She turned around and began running. I followed suit. To our left, I heard the stomping from triceratops we had seen earlier. Our planet failed. Every living thing, if you could call them that, in the area turned against us. We didn't have anywhere to run, and still, we ran. Several Quetzalcoatlus came down through the tree canopies and landed to our left, to our right, or right in front of us. Jiang stopped in her tracks and opened fire at one of them. Their frightening long necks towered above us. They spread their wings in an attempt to stop us in our tracks. Give me one of your grenades, I yelled. She gave me one. I threw it at the strange infected versions of Kira that had almost caught up with us. The animals reacted in some confusion when the grenade exploded, but quickly regained their focus. I barely heard what Jiang was yelling at me, even though she stood right next to me. The cliff! What cliff? I asked. She took my hand and ran toward it. We have to jump! 20 meters below, a river flowed in the direction of the Black Mountain. We didn't have time to contemplate the decision. I tried to jump, but my anxiety didn't allow it. Jiang didn't let go of my hand, however, and forced me to jump with her. We drifted with the violent river, trying to stay above the surface, still holding hands. Ghostly figures watched us from the sides, some of them human. The river entered a lava tube with a low ceiling which forced us onto the surface. I lost Jiang's hand. Where did she go? Everything was pitch black here. I wasn't going to be able to hold my breath for much longer. I fell down an underground waterfall, falling in total darkness, unable to see the bottom. I let out a scream that was instantly suffocated by the surging water. A rock scraped my arm pretty badly. After I reached the bottom of the fall, I resurfaced inside a bigger cave where I could breathe. The oxygen levels were a bit lower here, which made my mind clearer than it had been since my arrival here. The blue light from the fungus lit up the cave. Jiang? I yelled. Where are you? The roaring waterfall was just next to me, but the only thing I heard for a moment was my heart pounding in my chest. Ian? Where are you? I looked around. Jiang had resurfaced a few meters away from me. I swam towards her. She hugged me, equally relieved seeing me alive as I was seeing her alive. You're bleeding, she said. Your arm. I know, I said. Everything hurts, and I'm freezing. We climbed out of the water and sat down to rest for a few minutes. There were several openings around us, all glowing equally blue in the dark. I think we're inside the nest, Jiang said. Where's your gun? Oh crap, I said. I must have lost it in the water. Me too. I still got the grenades though. And your repellent? I asked. It's still itching like hell under my clothes, so I suppose it's still there. But the water washed away all of it from my face, I think. I don't know, Jiang said. Let's hope we're still somewhat protected. The pellets for the others are still in good shape. Hopefully, we can still cure the others with them. My heart sank when I thought about how slim our chances were. I don't want to die like this, I said. Or worse, to be turned into one of those funguses' many mindless drones. I don't think any of the pale creatures we have seen have been mindless drones, Jiang said with a resigned look on her face. We aren't dealing with a eusocial species. This isn't a colony, such as an anthill filled with members given a specialized task. This is just one organism, one single mind. I don't think it infects other organisms. Or maybe it does that, but I think it does something else as well. Something completely unheard of in evolutionary history. It could answer some of our questions. What are you talking about? It's just a speculation, she said and got up on her feet. Let's go, we have to see if we can find the others, or maybe a way out. I stood up as well. A way out would be nice. We entered one of the caves at random, since there was no way for us to know which one would lead to where we wanted to go. The damp air smelled of rotten meat and something that reminded me of ammonia. We kept to the side of the cave, constantly worrying that something would appear at every turn. Faint echoes of roars, grunts, and what sounded like human screams traveled down to us. The fungus covered most of the walls, which illuminated the cave for us, but also probably meant that we were being observed. The cave led to a natural bridge that stretched over the bottom of a larger chamber. Beneath the bridge, there was a pool of red goo, in which two ghastly Tyrannosaurus rex seemed to be growing. Part of their skin was still translucent, revealing their inner organs. What in God's name? I began. As I suspected, Jiang said. Excuse me? I whispered while we crossed the bridge. We are looking at two Tyrannosaurus rex being grown in what looks like a giant petri dish from hell. And you suspected it? It's what I've been speculating about, but I didn't dare to draw any conclusions until now. This is a spawning pool. My first clue was that there weren't any spores. All known fungus uses spores to reproduce, but this one showed no signs of any reproductive capabilities beyond perhaps splitting itself in two. If it was some kind of slime mold, as Rodney suggested, this would have been expected since they're single-celled amoebae. But in this case, each separate part of it seemed to behave as if still part of the same individual organism. Yeah, so? And then there was the mystery with the supposed extinct dinosaurs. Jiang continued. It further indicated my hypothesis. The many versions of Kira made me almost sure, but this confirms it. Organisms reproduce to spread their genes before they die. The individual dies, but it's okay because the genes stay with the offspring. But imagine an organism that doesn't age. It wouldn't need to reproduce for the genes to remain. However, such an organism faces a big problem. And what is that? It can't adapt to the changing environment. Over time, it would be unlikely for it to survive. But what if it developed a way around that problem? Either evolutionary or by its own intelligent design. Wasn't it you who suggested it first? An organism with an intelligence comparable, maybe even superior to our own, should have been able to take over the entire planet. So, why hasn't it? I don't know. It was still difficult for me to think, even down here where the oxygen levels were better. I think it has learned somehow to acquire the genetic material of other organisms and then how to spawn them in these pools. That's why we saw the evolutionary older dinosaurs walking around. It still remembers their genetic setup. This organism must be ancient. I mean, not just from our perspective. It must have been alive millions of years ago to have genomes that old. But why? I asked. That's the thing, Jiang said. I think it chooses to let other species live so that it can wait for them to adapt to their own environment and just steal their DNA and spawn versions of them for its own use. Who knows if this substance, this black mold, even is its original form? You mean to say that there could be some kind of immortal brain somewhere on this planet controlling all of this through some sort of network? I know how it sounds, but look around, Jiang said. I wish Rodney were here to take part in these theories. And now this immortal organism has stolen us? I said. I mean, our species' DNA? That can't be good. The cave branched into several different paths. Again, we chose one at random. The path branched as well. Some of the different paths led downward, some continued straight, and one went upward. Since we were of the impression that we were deep on the ground, we picked the latter. We kept doing this for hours, and for each hour it looked like the cave had become smaller. Before we knew it, we had to crawl to keep moving forward. I was exhausted and shivering from the cold. Every part of my itching body ached as I crawled forward. I tried to imagine home. A warm shower, a glass of wine, a good book in the evening, staying in bed a Saturday morning, wondering what a Tyrannosaurus Rex might have looked like from the safety of my home. Why had I come to this place? I wanted to cry. But once again, my more human emotions were hastily replaced by animalistic horror. Something behind me hissed. And even though I couldn't turn my head around to look at it, I just knew it was one of those giant snakes. Oh, please, no, God, I began. I beg of you, please, no. I wasn't even a religious man, but this was just too much for my rational thought processes to handle. Jiang, I said, while speeding up as much as I could. I'm pretty sure there's a giant snake behind me. What? Just move faster. I was hyperventilating. I scraped my knees on the uneven floor. The hissing came closer and closer. I could even hear a slithering body against the floor now. Can't you just give me a grenade and... I began. No, Jiang said. We would die instantly. I knew that, but I was in too much panic to think about it. But it's going to swallow me whole any moment now. Don't think about it. Move forward as fast as you can. I can't go any faster now. You have to. What? Just go, go. Jiang crawled down a hole that went straight down. There were some rocks blocking the way forward, so she didn't have a choice. I followed her down. It was so tight that my shoulder was dislocated from the pressure. If I hadn't been so unnaturally thin from malnutrition, I would definitely have gotten stuck in this small passage, upside down. The thought of it almost made me forget about the snake reaching for me. Luckily, it was too large to fit into this hole. It did get a hold of my boot though, which slid off my foot as I fell down into the chamber beneath. We landed in a pool of stale water. It wasn't deep, just half a meter. I sprained my left hand, hitting the bottom. I moaned out of pain. Jiang held me up on my feet. It didn't feel like I was of any help to her anymore. Rather, it felt like I was in the way. I had trouble moving with only one boot, and with my bare foot either touching down on the slippery slime or on sharp rocks. And the throbbing pain all over my body slowed me down even more. Jiang could have easily left me behind, but instead she risked her life for me and came back to help me. The cave systems inside this mountain was an impossible maze. There were hundreds, if not thousands of tunnels, either natural or dug out by some animal going through it. A group of cloned Tescalosaurus, an ornithopod dinosaur, approximately as tall as a person, appeared to our right, charging at us. Jiang pushed me behind her and picked up a grenade. From another entrance, velociraptors emerged at full speed. They let out loud, distorted squeaks that combined almost sounded like some kind of twisted laughter. Jiang threw the grenade where the velociraptors joined up with the Tescalosaurus. The ringing in my ears after the explosion was all I could hear for several minutes. I was laying on my back. I could see the ceiling of another crawl space moving right in front of my eyes. I didn't understand what was going on at first. But then I realized that Jiang was crawling backward, dragging me by my fungus-covered jacket. We came out inside another small chamber. The floor was filled with red water. The same kind of water in which the Tyrannosaurus Rex had been growing. In the center, bathing in the pale blue light coming from the walls, there was a body glued to one of the crystals with fungal matter. The fungus crawled up toward the ears and entered him. Although the eyes had been picked away, we still recognized him. "Oh no!" Jiang teared up. "Oh no, no, no!" It was Rodney. He was still breathing. But his body was mutilated to such an extent that saving him would have been impossible, or at least a worse fate than death itself. "What in God's name has it done to him?" I asked. "We failed him," Jiang said. "He trusted us to protect him." Rodney gurgled when he heard our voices, as if he was trying to speak. "He is trying to say something," I said. "Listen." We listened carefully. On the ground. He stopped to vomit some grey mucus. "Thermal energy storage." He muffled something inaudible. "Temporal." More vomit. "Crystal." We waited for maybe 10 more minutes without being able to discern any more words. "We have to go," I said. "There's nothing we can do for him." "We can't leave him like this," Jiang said with rage in her eyes. Strange whispers erupted from the walls. They were difficult to see in the dim light, but as soon as our eyes had spotted them, they were impossible to miss. Several naked bodies stuck to the walls by the fungus. All of them bore the same face. The face of Rodney. Their whispers sounded like robotic mumbling. It was impossible to distinguish any of the words they were using, if they were using any words at all, but it sounded as if they were calculating something. "What is this?" Jiang said. I think it's using his atypical brain to create some kind of computer," I said. "A human supercomputer, maybe." Jiang didn't respond. She took a grenade, removed the pin, and held the safety lever. "I'm sorry," she said toward Rodney in the center. "Wait," I said. "What?" she said. "We can't leave him like this. I'll throw it, and then we'll run." "I know," I said. "I just wanted to say." I gulped out of discomfort. You should put it in his mouth. The shockwave from the explosion will travel to his brain faster than the nerve signals. There will be no pain. Just instant death." Jiang sobbed uncontrollably as she carefully pressed the grenade inside Rodney's drooling mouth, constantly repeating the same thing. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Blood-tainted tears from Rodney's empty eye sockets ran down his face. Jiang made sure the safety lever was released. "I never told him what my favorite dinosaur was," I said. "It was Stegosaurus." "Come on," Jiang said and ran toward the neighboring chamber. We sat down with our backs against the wall with the entrance between us. I covered my ears and looked at Jiang. She wasn't just a grieving friend. Her facial expression somehow revealed it. You loved him, didn't you? I asked. Before she could answer, the grenade went off. Rocks and flesh, engulfed in fire, rushed inside our chamber right between us. She didn't need to answer. I knew. As we walked out of there, I wanted to comfort her, but she didn't seem interested in talking to me. We didn't speak for some time after the death of Rodney. I walked behind her to give her some space, but when she stopped in the middle of the cave we were walking through, I didn't hesitate to run up to her. "Do you hear it?" she asked. "It sounds like singing." I hadn't heard anything, but when she pointed it out to me, I did hear something that sounded like faint choral music with an almost sacred melody. The echo from it came from somewhere ahead of us, and the closer to it we got, the more clearly we could hear it. It was hauntingly beautiful, and yet it felt so out of place that it almost terrified me more than the grunts from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "It's close," Jiang said. "We'll be there soon." "Beware of the siren call," I said, but we didn't stop. We entered a large room with a high ceiling. The blue light pulsated along with the music. Several entrances led to the room, all of them guarded by cloned dinosaurs. At the bottom, in the middle of the room, there was a pit surrounded by sharp long teeth growing from the edges. The sacred music came from above it. It was sung by the surviving passengers. They were hanging from the ceiling by strings of fungus that had attached itself to their eye sockets. Their bodies were equally mutilated as Rodney's had been. Most of them only had their torsos left. Only a few still had some clothes left on. The rest were naked. Their mouths were the only thing moving. "Why are they singing?" I whispered. "It has taken control of their minds," Jiang said. "For whatever reason, it is making them sing." As the music reached its crescendo, Jiang stepped forward. She held one of the last grenades in her hand with a tight grip. I stayed behind, but when I saw she wasn't attacked, perhaps because of the grenade, I joined her. The music slowly faded until everything went completely silent, except for the dripping sound of urine that escaped from between the legs of one of the passengers hanging in the ceiling. The passengers spoke in unison, with voices distorted into something almost demonic.
Homo sapiens.
Who are you?" Jiang asked. It took a while for it to answer. And then,
I'm God.
my heart filled with dread. It must be the concept within the minds of the survivors that is closest to its self-image, Jiang whispered to me.
Homo sapiens.
It repeated with the voices of the survivors.
So much potential.
"Did you bring us here?" Jiang asked.
Brought back a sample from the future.
It said.
Studied habitability and future genotypes. Homo sapiens detected. So much potential.
Potential for what? I asked. It stopped speaking with the survivors in unison and used one at a time instead. First, an old man, then a middle-aged woman, then a teenage boy, and lastly, a girl not more than 10 years old. Heavy machinery, rockets, space colonization, interstellar conquest. Then, again in unison.
So much potential.
Two triceratops appeared behind us. We didn't have anywhere to go, except down the pit in the middle of the room. Jiang turned to me, telling me to jump together with her. I was exhausted, so tired of running for my life, but I had to continue. The thought of death still filled me with bottomless anxiety. I looked at the pit and the teeth growing out of the sides of the opening. "Are you sure that's a way out?" I asked.
You are out of time, Homo sapiens.
The organism said, and began singing like before. The sides of the pit were wet and slippery. It felt like falling through an enormous gastrointestinal tract. It smelled like it as well. I threw up on my way down, only to have the vomit stick to my unkempt beard. We ended up in a river of gastric acid inside a cave made out of flesh. This was the inside of its biological structures. The walls were pulsating just as if they had a heartbeat. "This is digestive fluid," Jiang said. "We better get up on land soon or we'll be digested." We went down the river without being able to catch on to anything. I could feel my skin burn from the acid. "Keep your head above the surface," Jiang yelled. "You can't ingest this. It will most likely kill you." I struggled to follow her advice, only breathing intermittently when my head reached the surface. The river ended inside a large living chamber where the fluid seemed to accumulate. Partly digested dinosaurs floated to the surface. We climbed on top of a small island made out of flesh. It was almost impossible to breathe because of the methane bubbling up from the bottom of the acidic lake. "Where are we?" I said. "I think we're inside a stomach," Jiang said. "It's probably a part of some kind of biological power plant." "So, we've just thrown ourselves inside the belly of the beast," I said. "How the hell are we going to get out?" "Not the belly of the beast," Jiang said. "Just one of its structures." "But how will we—" "Let's just stop and think for a while, okay?" Jiang said. "We have to process what it told us." I stood up and tried to see if there was an exit somewhere, but there wasn't. "I think we need to get out of here first." "It gave us the last piece of the puzzle," Jiang said. "It brought us back in time. A sample of the future. That's what it said, right? It must have seen the comet, maybe a long time ago, and figured out its trajectory. It couldn't reach orbit through biological means, couldn't stop the comet, but it was able to develop the ability to travel in time. Why did it need a sample? It wanted to know if the Earth would be habitable again," I said, still looking for an exit, even though I had already looked everywhere. "It stands to reason that, if it can bring something back in time, it ought to be able to send something forward in time," Jiang said. "Are you saying—" I began. "It's planning an invasion," Jiang said. "When it was talking about our species' potential, I don't think it meant the potential of its human clones here and now, but the potential of our entire species. I mean, the comet is most likely about to strike too soon for it to be able to use the clones to build rockets, don't you think?" "It's planning on escaping into the future?" I asked. "Yes," Jiang said. "That's exactly what I think." A moment of silence, and then we said two different things at the same time. "We have to stop it. That's our ticket home." Jian looked at me disappointed when she heard me. "Why must everything be our responsibility?" I said. "This thing won't stand a chance against humanity." "Are you crazy?" Jiang said. "We are talking about a quasi-immortal, super-intelligent organism with an arsenal of cloned dinosaurs and humans, and whose knowledge and cognition is most likely stored everywhere throughout its body rather than a single organ that could easily be destroyed." "But we got nuclear weapons," I said. "It won't stand up. It might be enough for a small piece of it to survive, for it to start all over again," Jiang said. "We need to find a mechanism that allows it to travel in time and destroy it. It won't have time to rebuild before the comet strikes." But it's suicide," I said. "Please, let's just—" "We knew from the beginning that we would never return," Jiang said. "I know it's worse than we thought, Ian. But we have to make this sacrifice." I'm afraid," I said. "But I guess you're right." "I have an idea," Jiang said. "If this is a stomach, maybe we can induce vomit." "How?" I asked, still shaking from seriously considering ending my own life for the greater good. Ending my own life. My mind couldn't wrap itself around that. It went against every instinct in my body. I had felt tremendously relieved when I thought about traveling back home, no matter the cost. And now I had to give up that last shimmer of hope for the sake of humanity. How could it be so easy for Jiang to accept this trait? To accept forfeiting her own life for others? For me, giving up my own life felt close to impossible. But she was right. As always. And on an intellectual level, I understood what I had to do. The medicine that we were going to administer to the survivors, Jiang said, it might work as an emetic drug. She smeared the medicine she had brought with her on the flesh beneath us. It worked almost instantly. The entire chamber violently contracted. We were engulfed by the gastric juice immediately. And then, as if caught inside of a vortex, we span around and were propelled through some kind of esophagus together with everything else. I was just about to drown when we finally erupted out of the side of the mountain like from a geyser tilted on its side. Jiyoung was lucky. She landed on some soft fungal tissue. I, on the other hand, slid several meters down the mountain until I was abruptly stopped by a boulder. My chest took most of the impact. The pain was excruciating, especially when I tried to breathe. It almost, but only almost, made me forget about all my other ailments. Most likely, I had broken 1 or 2 ribs. I whimpered while standing up, wiping digestive fluid out of my face and spitting some of it out of my mouth. I smelled like vomit. "Are you okay?" Jiang said, carefully climbing down to me. Straight above us, behind a group of thin clouds in the night sky, the dire green mist around the white comet made it look like an infernal eye watching over its quarry. "No!" I shouted and coughed, which made my chest hurt so much that I had to lean forward. "No, I'm not okay." "I think it's about to happen," Jiang said. "What?" I said quickly, almost unable to speak. "Look, down there." The swarm, sparkling with luminescent blue, moved across the valley, and above them, thousands upon thousands of different types of birds and pterosaurs flew toward the Black Mountain. "What are they doing?" "We need to hurry," Jiang said. "They're moving into position." "How are we going to find a structure that makes this thing travel forward in time?" I said. "Do you know what a biological time machine looks like?" "No? Well, me neither." "Those things Rodney said," Jiang said. "I think he wasn't making any sense. For crying out loud, didn't you see the condition he was in? That poor man. He used the word temporal and crystal, and it wasn't a sentence, Jiang. It was just nonsense. Would you shut up and listen to me?" Jiang stomped her foot in the ground. "He said, underground thermal energy storage." "So what?" "I think the machine, if you could call it that, is somewhere deep beneath the mountain. What else do we have to go by? That's our only lead." "Underground?" I said. "Please, no more. Just don't you get it, Ian?" Jiang said. "We're already dead. Before we even came to this place, we were already dead. We had been dead for 65 million years. The question is, how you want to die? Do you want to die giving up, or die trying?" I looked at her, tearing up from the thought of what awaited us beneath the mountain, and said, "I was in love with you." Jiang waited a couple of long seconds before saying anything. Then, she spoke with some involuntary reluctance in her voice. "I know." We found an entrance a few hundred meters to our right. This time, we didn't have much to protect ourselves with. Jiang only had 2 grenades left, and we had to save them for the structure below. The clones' preparations for the invasion of the future turned out to be our advantage though, since most of them were moving into positions on top of whatever fungal matter they could find. It was as if the superorganism didn't have time to chase after us. We spent hours walking, crawling, and climbing through the caves, constantly moving deeper and deeper. The further down we descended, the darker it got around us. The fungus didn't seem to grow this deep down, so its blue light wasn't there to help us see. After 4 or 5 hours that felt like an eternity, the heat began increasing steadily. We were getting closer. A faint noise, reminiscent of a static, became louder and louder until we had to yell to be heard. Jiang started running. I did my best to keep up with her, but it was difficult. Not just because of my physical condition, but also, and maybe mostly, because of my psychological condition. I was, rather literally, running toward my own death. The sheer thought of it more or less paralyzed me. And yet, I somehow kept going. No, 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 just turn around. No, no, no. And yet, I didn't turn around. I tried to block out the voice in my head, but for every step I took, it got louder. We carefully looked around the corner and was faced with a bright light coming from an opening at the end of the cave ahead of us. The static was unbearable now, and so was the heat. It was so warm that it hurt my throat to breathe as I was sweating profusely. It must have been over 90 degrees Celsius. Wait! Jiang yelled just as she was about to crawl around the corner. There's a group standing at the opening. It was difficult to see them against the blinding light, but there was definitely a group of cloned humans standing there guarding the entrance. You think they saw us? I asked. Not yet, Jiang said. What are you going to do? She took one of the grenades and removed the pin. Let's pray to God this works, she said. Aren't we killing God? I said, and tried to smile. She threw the grenade. The static noise coming from the opening was so loud that we could barely hear the explosion from the grenade. We waited a couple of minutes before we looked around the corner again. The figures we had seen were all gone. It had worked. I tried to suppress the surge of anxiety it gave me, but it was futile. After all, our success meant certain death. Come on, Jiang yelled. It's time. We ran up to the opening. The clones lay dead around us. The white light came from two enormous crystals in the middle of a pool of lava maybe 15 meters below us. Looking at them felt like staring into the sun. Thin aisles of rock connected the crystals to the walls, and thousands of fungal strings coming down from the ceiling seemed to prevent the crystals from sinking into the lava. One of us will have to climb down there, Jiang said, and place the grenade in the middle of the crystals. I didn't respond, waiting for her to take the initiative. It's alright, Ian, she said. I'll do it. I didn't say anything at first. I just stared at her, trying to comprehend if she truly knew that she was talking about the last action she would ever take. Then I yelled, Oh, okay, but how will you get down there? We'll have to use our clothes and tie them together. My entire body trembled out of fear and pain as I took off my clothes. The heat made my exposed skin burn more than the rashes had done earlier. We tied everything together as quickly as we could, but it still felt like it took hours. It's not enough, Jiang said with frustration in her voice. We have to tie it to one of the corpses. Distraught, I grabbed one of the clones by its leg and dragged it towards me. Jiang tied her close to its ankle. You'll have to lower me down, she said. Do you think you can do that? I nodded, but I didn't know if I actually could. Okay, just make sure to put me down the small walkway. She grabbed the hand of the corpse and began her descent. I held my end of the cloths with all my strength. The voice in my head was so loud now, almost louder than the static from the crystals. Go back, save yourself. The thought of death was unbearable. The cessation of existence. It went against every fiber in my being. I began crying. Jiang was halfway down now. I looked at her. Why hadn't she chosen me over him? It was a ridiculous thought to have at this moment. And yet, she saw the tears in my eyes. And then, she saw my lips form the dreadful words escaping my mouth. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear if she yelled something before she fell into the lava. All I could think about while I ran back was my second chance at life. I ran so fast now, much faster than on our way down. My hope for returning home had come back. The darkness engulfed me. You loved her, but I had loved life more. All I needed to do now was to reach the fungus and travel with it back to my own time. But I got lost in the pitch black caves under the mountain. I panicked. "God, help me!" I yelled. And this time, I didn't mean the God I didn't believe in. "Please!" After a few hours, there was a large jolt. I fell to the ground. The ground shook for several minutes. Was it the comet? When everything had calmed down, I stood up. An eerie silence surrounded me. The static in the background had stopped. Some faint light came from a direction that had been dark earlier. I slowly walked toward it, still hoping to find a way out so I could join the beasts in the fungal tissue. But as soon as I reached the source of the light, all my hopes vanished in an instant. The entire mountain was gone. A large crater, seemingly cut out with a carving knife, had taken its place. The comet cast its ghastly green shadow over me. The organism was gone. Dispirited, with my head down in shame, I wandered through the jungle and across the valley. With nowhere else to go, I returned to the subway car, where I'm now awaiting death. There was a backpack on the floor that one of the passengers had dropped the day we arrived. Inside it, I found a notebook that I've been writing this testimony and confession in for the last 3 days. Just moments ago, the comet entered the atmosphere and crossed the sky at 20 kilometers per second on its way down to what will become Mexico. The roar from its rampage in the heavens was deafening. I keep hearing Jiang's voice in my head. "Before we even came to this place, we were already dead. We had been dead for 65 million years. The question is, how you want to die? Do you want to die giving up? Or die trying?" Once again, she had been right. I know what will happen next. The shockwave from the impact will reach the valley. Even at that point, I won't be able to accept my own death. My face will assume an expression of pure horror, and I will press this notebook against the glass of the window. I know this because I've seen it. The man inside the fossilized subway car was me. We used a 3-dimensional laser scanner to examine the thin layers within the rectangular fossil excavated next to the remains of Dr. Ian Foster. It revealed the regular, consistent shapes of letters on each layer. Put together like a puzzle with thousands of pieces, the testimony above appeared on our computer screens. Dr. Foster dated their arrival in the late Cretaceous to somewhere during the month of May, and given his recollection of the events leading up to the temporal relocation, it is reasonable to assume it happened this year. The subway car Balthazar is still in transit within the Stockholm metro, so we know it hasn't happened yet. Due to diplomatic complications, military bureaucracy, and the almost impossible task of convincing the chain of command about the truth of these findings, there isn't enough time to launch any large-scale mission on foreign soil. Therefore, I've taken it upon myself to travel to Stockholm in an attempt to remove Dr. Foster from the train. I'm breaking the law by sharing this online, but as you can probably tell, given the content of the testimony, I need all the help I can get. If I don't succeed, the superorganism might arrive at any moment in the near future. This is Kira Calder, signing off.
My name is Jordan Richter. I'm an investigative journalist for an independent media outlet. Ever since I had to use my wits, an old tape recorder, and some fake weed I made from my mother's arugula plant to catch a few bullies in their lies back in middle school, I've been obsessed with exposing corruption. I've spent years chasing the truth, going undercover, and even doing some modest hacking. Mostly, I do political stuff, scandals, cover-ups, bribery. Every politician has a skeleton in their closet, and if you look hard enough, they usually have a few dozen. It's not out of the ordinary for people to send me evidence of bad behavior on a potential suspect, like hotel receipts, photos, bank statements, that kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, I never publish anything I get without verifying it. I always look at every case as hearsay until proven correct. You can really mess up someone's life with a false accusation, and as someone who's been through that twice, I don't want to be that guy. Besides, sometimes the stuff people send in is just too vague, not convincing, or obviously faked. But every once in a while, I find something really deep. Something my editor would call beyond the pale. Something dark. This is one of those times. I recently received a recording and transcript of a phone call that the whistleblower, who chose to remain anonymous, secretly recorded and sent to me via email. The first time I listened to it, I was shocked and had to re-listen several times just to be sure I heard it right. Due to technical difficulties with the recording, I can't post it here, but I can share the transcript. If what is contained within is even remotely true, then anyone who lives in Barron County, Ohio needs to get in contact with either their local travel agent or perhaps a National Guard unit. The following is the transcript, exactly how it was sent to me, word for word. The recording begins. The sound of a phone ringing can be heard before a handset is picked up with a soft click and a man speaks. Voice 1.
Sheriff's office. How may I help you, sir, or...
A second man's voice can be heard shouting through the phone. Voice 2.
Or no, what the hell is going on in your district?
A chair creaks, and it sounds as though Voice 1 is clearing his throat. Voice 1.
Mr. Caronti,
Voice 2.
Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Don't you know not to use my name on the phone, you hopeless lump? I gave you a job to do. One job. And now I'm hearing all kinds of things about things going wrong down there. You think my group funded your campaign so these kinds of mistakes could happen?
Voice 1.
Sir, I assure you, my deputies are doing everything we can to.
Voice 2.
Your deputies? Do you have any idea what I just got done reading? One of your loudmouth deputies has been babbling online about seeing a techno in the freaking woods. Thousands of people viewed his post, or not. If just one of them does any amount of digging, our entire operation could be jeopardized.
The sound of a pencil snapping in half can be heard. Voice 1.
I'll find the responsible man and deal with him, sir. It won't happen again.
Voice 2.
It better not. As for the park, why didn't you seize control of New Wilderness like I directed? We need that installation as a base for operations, and those two-bit rangers are still running around, firing guns everywhere, stirring up the herds, and causing the anomalies to migrate. I want them gone, Werner. I don't care how you do it. Just get rid of them.
Voice 1.
Sir, with all due respect, the Night Rangers outnumber us 2-1, and they're the only ones keeping the technos and organics at bay. I've lost 2 men already to the Echo Spiders, and we can barely keep the roads blocked as it is. Civilians are finding their way in, and every one of them that survives has to be silenced or discredited. I need more men.
Voice 2.
I have 1,000 of my best fighters on standby as we speak, but I need live specimens or not. The more the merrier, and we can't get them if those polo shirt wearing rent-a-cops are killing them all. Ever since that Cromwell girl popped the last Oak Walker, we've had nothing but spikes in the electromagnetic satellite readings from your area. Time is of the essence if we want to contain this thing. Arrest the Night Rangers. Clear the New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve of all personnel and prepare the site for LSAR to move in.
Voice 1.
If I move on the park, the rangers might resist. I know the head of security there, and that old marine won't give up without a fight. This could spark a real shooting war right in our backyard, and if the public finds out.
Voice 2.
If the public finds out that there are moon-eyed fucks stumbling around in the woods, they'll start the shooting war themselves. For God's sake, Sheriff, use your head for something other than a hat rack. You want to flush the rangers out? Drive a herd into them, and let the freaks do their job. Once everyone's dead, we'll come in and clean up. No one will ever have to know it was you.
Voice 1.
Look, this would be a whole lot easier if we had more help. I'm not a miracle worker, and rumors spread every time we take another casualty on the force. It's a small county, sir, with even smaller towns. All it takes is one person talking, and I can't contain it. Just give me 50 guys, kitted out and ready to go, and at least then we can man the roadblocks.
There is a long pause, and a clock can be heard ticking in the background. Voice 2.
Fine, I can send 50, but no more until the LZ is clear. The situation is rapidly deteriorating, and the more men we move, the more attention we'll attract. If we can't seal the breach soon, we could face an ecological disaster that would make Chernobyl look like Christmas in the Bahamas. I don't need to remind you what we'll be forced to do if that happens.
Voice 1.
Clean sweep.
Voice 2.
Exactly. I won't risk creating another Black Crow Island. The press is distracted by the upcoming elections right now, but if we make one slip up, we'll have reporters and homegrown watchdogs breathing down our necks all across the country. We cannot afford another disaster zone, especially not after what happened in Canada.
Voice 1.
I understand, sir. As soon as the reinforcements arrive, I'll have New Wilderness captured for you within a week. 3 days tops.
Voice 2.
Time is critical, Warnaw. Do not disappoint me on this. Get control of your department. Shut the Night Rangers down, and keep the anomalies contained until we get there. I'll work on suppressing any more online activity regarding your area, and run some interference in case a few wannabe private eyes start Googling things they shouldn't.
Voice 1.
Yes, sir.
Voice 2.
Oh, and one more thing. The leak in your department, it's some moron named Hammond. I don't care how you do it, or where. Just make him disappear. Now.
Voice 1.
Hammond, huh? I should have known. Believe me, sir, it's as good as done.
There is a muted click from the other end of the line, and the recording ends. Naturally, I dove into the internet and started hunting for information as soon as I read the transcript. Try as I might, I couldn't find anything about a Barron County, Ohio in the mainstream press or on any map anywhere. There is a Barron County in Wisconsin, but nowhere in the foothills of Appalachia, almost as if it's been selectively deleted from every record available. As for the New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve, I did manage to locate its homepage just before a strange computer glitch made it unavailable. Just last week, the park announced it wouldn't be holding a tour season this year and that all grounds were closed to the public. It also issued a call for more volunteers for its security department, offering a whopping $40 an hour to anyone who stayed there longer than a week, along with free room and board. Sadly, I didn't get the chance to find any contact information, the site crashing in what I suspect was a coordinated DDoS attack from an unknown source. What really stood out to me about the whole thing was the capitalization of the transcript of the bizarre words used by the two callers, technos, organics, and the vague threat known as the breach. These seem to refer to some kind of animal species, judging by the use of the word herds, but it was hard to make heads or tails of it. My search in the regular web turned up nothing, until I stumbled across this site and found 4 posts, 3 of them belonging to a girl named Madison Cromwell, and 1 belonging to a sheriff's deputy, Sean Hammond. From what I can gather in reading their accounts, both claim to have seen creatures of gargantuan and supernatural proportions. If there is any truth to them, then it might be reasonable to infer that the creatures Miss Cromwell encountered, called the Oak Walker in the transcript by the mysterious Mr. Caronte, was likely inorganic due to its plant-like characteristics. This creature seemed to be highly intelligent and even possibly telekinetic, with the ability to create and control smaller human-sized creatures, referred to by Cromwell as puppets. It is also important to note that in both Hammond's account and in the secret phone call, the creature known as the Big One, or the Oathwalker, is described as a type of apex predator whose downfall contributed largely to the explosion of anomaly activity outside of the regular area. It is entirely possible that Miss Cromwell did in fact succeed in killing the creature, which in turn allowed lesser species to thrive in its absence and spill out into the environment. In the second account, the strange metallic monstrosity that attacked Officer Hammond seems to fit rather well into the techno category given its electronic and mechanical attributes. This very well could be one of the echo spiders brought up by Sheriff Wernaw. While there isn't much information to go by, it seems that organics and technos are merely subcategories of the various paranormal beings that came from the breach. And these anomalies present a clear and present danger to all human beings around them. A mention of electromagnetic readings powerful enough to be observed by satellites also seems to indicate that there is significant environmental disturbance going on in the area, which may have contributed to the origins of these species, or perhaps is a byproduct of their existence. This, of course, was troubling to say the least. But I wanted to know more. And for that, I'd have to find the people who had supposedly witnessed these occurrences firsthand. Armed with 2 complete names, I info hunted and found some alarming results. Madison Cromwell's family recently moved from Black Oak to an unknown location somewhere deep in the hills of Idaho. For a family of relatively low income to undertake such an abrupt move, they were either pursuing better income or desperately fleeing from some form of danger. I have no idea if Madison is alive or not. All of her social media accounts have been deleted, and none of her contacts on the various platforms seem to know if she quit and disappeared the last night of her job or is still lying low somewhere. In the case of Sean Hammond, it was announced early yesterday morning that a gunfight broke out in the Barron County Sheriff's Office between members of the department, resulting in 3 dead and 4 injured. Sean Hammond is said to be still at large, charged with rather serious crimes of organizing domestic terrorism, though no more details have been provided on that. One of the casualties was Officer James Walker, the partner Hammond referenced in his account on this site. Walker was shot 12 times in the firefight and taken to the Black Oak Regional Hospital. According to the hospital reports, he died of his wounds on the operating table soon after. For such violence to break out between fellow peace officers, and for such drastic charges to be leveled, there must be serious issues in the Barron County government, which lends more than a little credence to the validity of the whistleblower's claims. But it gets worse. Upon looking into the reference to Black Crow Island, I could only find a passing mention about an explosion that destroyed an abandoned sanatorium on a small island off the coast of British Columbia. Not much was provided in terms of detail, except that 2 people had been seen fleeing the island on a rowboat, but were never apprehended. How this is connected, I do not know. But if it was important enough to mention in the phone call, I can only assume it had ties to the same forces at work in Barron County. As for the vague LSAR group of which Mr. Caronte appears to be a major player in, I found nothing that matched the description of his lethal capabilities. No large-scale private security companies hail by that name, and while I have no doubt it's an acronym for something, I don't know what it could be. Whoever they are, I seriously doubt the fighters of LSAR are interested in the well-being of Barron County or the employees at the New Wilderness Wildlife Reserve. That leads me to this moment, as I finish typing the finishing touches on my entry. Normally, I would say to refer to my article in our media website for the rest of the story. But my editor was found dead just this morning with a bullet in his head, the back of his head. I have a well-adapted gut feeling when I've been asking too many questions, stirred around in too many pots. And I know they're coming for me. Random cars have been following me to and from home. Strangers keep watching my apartment building, and I found a tracking device stuck to the trunk of my car today. Maybe this little post will garner enough attention to alert the people of Barron County to their imminent danger. Perhaps the new wilderness night rangers will read this in time and find a way to avoid whatever horrible plans Sheriff Warna and Elsar have for them. Regardless, my part in this investigation is at an end. My wife and 2 boys are waiting for me at the predetermined spot I arranged over the burner phone I bought at a local phone kiosk. I have withdrawn all of my money and cash and have booked flights for 3 different countries, bus tickets for 4 different cities, and a rental car with 3 sets of fake license plates. My social media accounts are all deleted. My entire family has shed their personal phones, and I even dyed my hair. If someone reading this is hunting me, good luck. I've dug up people who didn't want to be found for half my life, and my family is at stake here. You'll never catch us. And if you're someone who lives in Barron County, or heck, anywhere near Ohio, all I can say is, brace for impact. Don't trust Elsar. If you take nothing else from my post, then spread those words everywhere. Share it, tweet it, paint it on the freaking walls. Someone has to do something. Someone has to stop them before they go too far. I know it sounds like some crazy conspiracy theory. I know most of you won't believe me, but I swear they're real. Real and dangerous. My name is Greg Burkitts. They already know who I am, so there's no point in the whole fake name thing, is there? Before it all went wrong, I used to work for a little construction company in Tennessee. My wife, Sasha, and I had an apartment. We were making ends meet, even if just barely, and were trying to have a kid. We both knew it would make our lives 10 times more hectic, but we didn't care. Some people might think that's stupid, but when you're with a person you love, your perspective changes. I wanted to be a dad in the worst way, and every time I saw Sarah paging through a pregnancy book or shopping for baby clothes online, it made us both giggle like excited school children. One day, our boss called the entire crew together and handed out pamphlets detailing an offer made by some oddball group called the Black Crow Foundation. With all the industrial accidents that had been happening all around the country lately, the foundation wanted to help keep America's waterways and air pollution free, but they needed manpower, especially men who knew their way around power tools. For such help, the massive nonprofit would pay each man $250,000 for 1 month of work at various chemical cleanup sites around the country, with all personal protective equipment provided for us. You heard that right. $250,000 post-tax for just 30 days of work. Our boss checked the group out thoroughly, called government registration offices, even met with their attorney, all to ensure it wasn't some elaborate scam. Even the army sent out a high-ranking officer to vouch for them. In the end, the boss man told us it was the biggest grin I'd ever seen him wear, that the BCF was real, and gave us the green light to sign up. Everyone did, including me. After all, for that much money, who wouldn't? Besides, Sarah and I were getting by, but as soon as she got pregnant, I knew I'd need a lot more money to keep my family warm and fed. Call me what you will, but I love my wife, and I wanted to give her everything. I would have even gone if they only offered $50,000. Sasha was naturally both thrilled and skeptical when I broke the news to her. For a price so steep, she reasoned there had to be a catch. But we both knew to throw such an opportunity aside on suspicion alone was ludicrous. We might never get this kind of chance again. So I bid her an emotional goodbye, packed my bags, and got on a bus provided by the foundation. bound for my pre-selected work site. Several days later, I found myself slogging through the forests of southern Ohio, tired and missing home, while the overcast sky wept curtains of continuous rain. My rubber boot slid on the mud, and I tripped. "Careful." 36 caught me under my right arm and kept me from falling on my face. "You don't want to rip your suit." "You mean no one wants to see me end up like 7. Raindrops pattered down on the yellow plastic hood over my head, each tom-tom of liquid rhythm a stark reminder of just what a torn suit could entail. 24, are you alright? The sharp voice of R11 barked from the front of the column. His olive-colored rubber overalls matched the gloomy surroundings of the Appalachian foothills, and the skeletal trees dripped cold rain onto us both with indifference. I eyed the shiny black rifle in his gloved hands and straightened up. "I'm fine, I just slipped." R11 stepped closer to me, and his wary gaze searched my burden from behind his gas mask. "Equipment check." The rest of the column froze, all eyes on me, 36 and R11. The other guards shifted on their feet in uncomfortable stamps, stroked their rifles with nervous thumbs, and scanned the trees. My fellow workers in their yellow suits stood motionless, all waiting to see if I had made some dreaded mistake, one that would spell my immediate removal. Why do they all have to stare like that? Doing my best not to sigh in annoyance and embarrassment, I unshouldered my bulky pack and balanced it on one knee. "All in order, sir. Nothing's broken." R11 glared hard at me, and his narrowed eyes traveled the length of my suit with meticulous scrutiny. No one moved, and aside from the pattering rain, not a sound could be heard. A few yards away, R16, one of the other guards, flexed his grip on his rifle and took a step my way. "Please, God, I didn't do anything wrong. My suit isn't ripped. I feel fine. I didn't drop anything." "Clear." R11 let his shoulders slacken and took one hand off his rifle to give me an encouraging clap on the arm. "Hang in there and watch your step, alright? It's not much further." With that, 36 helped pull my pack over my shoulders again, and the column shuffled onward, grateful to be out from under the hawkish watch of the guards. I put my mind to breathing under my tight-fitted respirator and tried not to think about 7. With the dull gray sky above empty of any birds and no wind to speak of, the squelching of boots in the mud, muffled breathing under protective masks, and the creak of rucksack straps echoed like cannon shots. I couldn't smell anything other than the chlorine sting of my rubber mask. My dry throat cried out for water, but I knew we wouldn't be allowed to drink anything until we reached the site. 36 hefted his pack higher on his broad shoulders ahead of me, and I took a moment to study him. As with all the others, I didn't know his name, and he didn't know mine. All we had to go by were numbers given to us at random the first day we showed up. That had been by design, and as far as I knew, even the guards with their green suits, black guns, and the ominous R before their code numbers didn't know one another's names. None of the guys from my old job in Tennessee were at the site, and I had a feeling that this too was deliberate. Yet, of all the workers so far, 36 seemed to be the only one who wasn't spooked by the bizarre secrecy of the operation. He reminded me of my father, at least twice my age and a head taller, with silver hair and a warm smile that didn't reflect the suspicion the rest of the crew emanated. In fact, 36 seemed to be the one person in the entire operation who never drew any attention, no matter what he did. When he'd somehow found out about my birthday on the second day at base camp, 36 had miraculously produced an old-style Hershey bar as an impromptu gift. Even the straight-laced colonel had been too shocked at seeing me with retro candy to yell about it, though he'd doubled the guard around camp afterward. If they would just let someone go into town for better food, chocolate wouldn't be so rare. I mean, seriously, they're paying us a stupid amount just to be here. Does the colonel really think we'd run off? The only guy I know of without a number, and he's got an enormous stick shoved up his. "We're here." I almost ran into 36, and my heart did a nervous flip-flop, a halt at his words. The rest of the column filed into the edge of the clearing behind me, and one by one ground to a standstill, the squelch of boots dying to a solemn silence. Glad for the reprieve and curious, I shuffled aside to peer around 36 into the work site for the first time. Whoa. It sat nestled between a grove of pines like a great sleeping dragon of steel, with the prow jutting out over a defilade and the stern hunched against several limestone boulders. The massive propellers hung a good 15 feet above the ground, and the radio antennas rose high into the slate-gray sky above the dense trees in rigid lines. All around, the green pipes stood bent or broken from the weight of the thing coming down on them, and ripples in the bulky steel hull showed where the craft's algae-lined skin had slammed into the ground. I blinked hard and took a step forward, almost unable to believe my own eyes. Is that a battleship? Eyes on me. A cold, familiar voice cut through the tension, and the others broke their wide-eyed stares to find the colonel perched on the hood of a nearby army truck, dressed in his own olive drab protective suit. From where I stood, I couldn't see the colonel's eyes behind his plastic gas mask visor, but the stern caution in his voice, the way he didn't completely turn to face us as if afraid to take his eyes off the warship, made ice run through my blood. This is the work site. You will work here from 0600 to 1800 hours every day. You will stay in your assigned work teams and report any new findings directly to the guard force. Under no circumstances are you to take anything from this area for personal use. Such actions will result in immediate removal. Am I understood? Seven's manic scream filtered through my memory, along with the echo of the gunshot that ended it. I nodded along with everyone else. Good. The colonel waved his gloved hand at the landlocked vessel, and I could have sworn I caught his voice tremble ever so slightly. Our guard forces have already swept both the ship and the surrounding area for security threats. Your job is to take radiological and magnetic readings, as well as gather all loose items inside the ship for collection. Scanning teams will move in first, then the evidence teams. All recovered items will be bagged and placed in secured containers before being loaded onto the trucks here. He pointed to the row of waiting diesel trucks, against whom leaned several more soldiers in green chemical suits, all carrying rifles. Any questions? You mean like how did a battleship end up in the middle of nowhere, Ohio? Still, I didn't raise my hand, and no one else did either. Something about this rubbed me wrong. The air tasted metallic through my mask, and a cold sensation rippled down my spine like water over the bones. It occurred to me that ever since arriving at the base camp a few miles away, I had yet to see a bird or any kind of animal in this general vicinity. The lack of noise had been unsettling then, but now it made my stomach churn. I risked a glance over my shoulder at the way we'd come. My gaze met R-16's, and he, along with the rest of the guard force, stared back from their line drawn across the trail, weapons at low ready. Sweat started to roll down my armpits, and I tried to breathe slow to calm my panic. They're just securing the perimeter, that's all. The colonel said we get to leave at 1800. They're just here for our protection. Relax. 36's muffled whisper startled me from my frantic thoughts. They don't want to shoot anyone. They're as nervous as you are. Gripping the straps of my pack, I swallowed a sour-tasting lump in my throat, glad he couldn't see my doubtful wins behind my respirator. If you say so. Ahead, the colonel checked his watch and threw another murky look toward the looming battleship. Right. If there aren't any questions, team leaders, take charge of your units and get to work. Like trained yellow automatons, 36, myself and the rest of the workers unshouldered our heavy packs and began to ready various pieces of equipment. Some had hammers, drills, handheld gas torches, and battery-powered saws. Others, like my team, had Geiger counters, electromagnetic detectors, and enough cameras to fit out a library in North Korea. Up until now, the exact details of our job had been kept secret by the higher-ups, who gave us vague replies whenever we asked. Even though it made more sense as the seconds ticked by, I didn't feel any better about it. I picked up some sort of handheld meter and noticed a few words stenciled on the side in faded, smeared black letters, as if someone had tried to scrub them off but failed. Property of the Environmental Liminal Space Alleviation and Reduction Program. My brow furrowed. LSAR? I'd thought we were working for the Black Crow Foundation. Perhaps this was some sort of hand-me-down piece of gear donated by someone else. 9 and I will take the readings. 24, you and 15 will record. My team leader 11 adjusted the black nylon strap on his side-slung Geiger counter and broke me from my train of thought. 36 said nothing, silent and content with his large flashlight. Our team was the only one with 5 members, and for some reason, 11 never remembered 36 in any of his checks or briefings. It always bothered me, but not enough to say anything, since 36 never seemed to mind. I wasn't that close with the team anyway, 36 being my only friend in camp. In fact, I'd seen the others so infrequently that in this moment, I couldn't recall what they looked like without their suits on. How are we getting in? 15 visibly shook, and his gloved hands almost dropped the camera he held twice. 11 jerked his head at another team that lugged a large roll of rope netting toward the ship. I figure we'll climb the side. No way we're cutting through all that armor, not without bigger cutting torches. To my left, 9 swiveled his hooded head to examine our tiny group. So we're just not gonna talk about the fact that there is a literal battleship in the middle of the woods? His voice rang out louder than he likely intended, and all but 36 froze. 11, 15 and I all glared at 9, our eyes darting toward the nearby guards. None looked our way, but still, my skin crawled. That was way too close. As if he thought the same thing, 9 let his shoulders slump in a sheepish, uncomfortable apology. Later, 11 hissed behind his respirator and rolled his deflated rucksack up in a tarp to keep the rain from soaking it further. The rest of us followed suit, and with our gear shouldered, we headed for the beached steel warship. In a broad line, our team moved along with the other scanners and swept the ground with our detection equipment for any signs of abnormality. I carried a small notepad on a clipboard, a camera mounted on my left shoulder, and a special nylon harness. 15 recorded 9's electromagnetic readings, and I took down the radiation levels from 11. 36 walked along beside me with his oversized flashlight and said nothing. 0.6, 0.3, 0.5. 11 droned on, his voice almost as automated as the clicking counter in his gloved hands. Nominal, nominal, nominal. I scratched the numbers down with my pen and tried not to look up at the ship that loomed ever closer. Per our brief instruction on the equipment, radiation levels were normal for the most part. 9 couldn't find anything remotely strange about the electromagnetic fields in the area. Yet, in my mind's eye, I could see 7's contorted face, hear his inane screams, and I shivered. All around, the scattered branches from the trees that the ship had crushed poked into the sky like skeletal fingers, as if silently trying to warn us away. An icy sensation ran down my back, and I imagined them reaching for me, their silent screams a strange static that rang in my head. It escalated into a roar so that my ears itched, and the breath stuck inside my windpipe like it had been glued there. For a split second, the noise crashed in waves against the inside of my skull, along with a low monotone beeping, almost like a rhythm or a pattern. Something grabbed my shoulder, and I almost jumped out of my skin in fright. 36 met my frightened gaze and pointed with his flashlight ahead of me. "Stay focused. You have to climb now." The massive iron ship squatted not yards away, its thick rivets coated in fresh surface rust, pine needles stuck to its smooth sides, the red paint from beneath the waterline chipped and peeling. All the scanning teams stood in line at the side of the ship and gaped up at it. Though with their masks on, I couldn't see their slack jaws. In somber reflex, the first team busily prepared 2 pneumatic launchers to fire grappling hooks over the tall gunwales. One of the other scanners, 3, slogged through the muck to 11. We're taking the bridge, and teams 2 and 3 are on the upper decks. I need you guys to go with teams 5 and 6 to the lower levels and sweep them out, okay? 11 threw a sideways glance at the battleship, and then back at the line of green-clad soldiers far to our rear. They checked it, right? 3's eyes held the same cynical resignation behind his protective mask as 11's. They did, but I don't think we'd be wearing this garbage if it was completely safe. So stay on your toes, alright? Radio me if anything goes wrong. Like that would help, 9 muttered, and I snorted in agreement beneath my own mask. Chunk, chunk. Both pneumatic grapples shot into the air and landed with resounding clangs on the deck of the old warship. As soon as their metal hooks snagged the ship's railing, the advance team unfurled a long brown cargo net and hauled it up the slippery steel by the ropes. It reminded me of the old photographs I'd seen in my school days, black and white visages of men clambering over the sides of these mighty iron titans, loaded with weapons and gear to charge into the unknown surf of war. How strange was it that we, similarly loaded with gear and apprehension, now strove to surmount those same nets and rails to discern why this vessel existed here at all. "Alright, let's move," 3 called from the foot of the cargo net, doing his best to shout in a full-face respirator. "Hands on the verticals, feet on the horizontals, 3 points of contact at all times, and for God's sakes, don't look down." My heart leapt into my throat, but I swallowed hard and sloshed through the rain after the others toward the net. I'd never been very good at climbing in gym class, and the rope would be soaked with the incessant rain by the time my turn came. A fall from that height would mean broken bones at minimum, and who knew what contaminants lay undiscovered on the ground. All it took for 7 was falling asleep with his headphones on 4 miles away. We don't even know what we're dealing with, do we? No one does. The promised $250,000 payment for this job struck me as pitiful now that I stood at the threshold of whatever monstrosity the authorities had stumbled upon in this desolate stretch of Ohio's wilderness. I thought of Sasha and our jubilant plans for when I returned home. I'd been so proud to be able to provide that much for us after 2 years of scraping by paycheck to paycheck. If she only knew where I stood now, I doubted my darling wife would even want the money anymore. 11 and 15 scaled the net, followed by 9 and myself. 36 climbed right next to me, as calm and cool as if this were an everyday occurrence for him. I shook like a leaf, my heart rammed itself against my chest, and the muddy soles of my rubber overboots slid on the net with cruel ease. "Almost there," 36 grunted from his place on the netting. "You're doing fine." I wanted to sound carefree, but my hands trembled so hard that I felt like I stood on a giant oily washing machine. My palm missed the next handhold, and everything went in slow motion. Around me, the entire world jerked downwards, and my extended right boot missed its mark thanks to my backward tumble. In a panic, I squeezed my eyes shut, my lungs closing in terror. A quick, strong weight crushed the air from my chest, and I stopped so hard my teeth clacked together. "Dude, you okay?" I opened my eyes to find 15 and 36 each had a hand on my nylon camera harness, their quick thinking the only thing between me and a 60-foot fall. Scrambling for the net, I didn't breathe until I had all 4 limbs safely back on the thick webbing. Yeah, thanks guys." 15 cocked his head to one side, his voice confused. Okay, good thing you're lighter than you look." 36 chuckled and waited for me to crawl up beside him again. "Come on, it'll be drier inside. I don't care if it's soaked, as long as I can fall, I'll take it." Once my legs swung over the steel rail of the ship and my feet hit the deck, I let out a long sigh of relief. There he is. 9 slaps me on the back, his tone warm and teasing. Almost lost you. Good thing 15 is dummy strong. Or just strong. 15 shook his head at 9, but I could tell the praise pleased him. Seriously though, 24? Don't do that again. Sure thing. I gave him a thumbs up, though my knees knocked beneath my suit. 11 waved us over, his Geiger counter in hand, and his green eyes betrayed a concern that made me forget about my near-death tumble. 9, get your scanner out. 9 unbuckled his bulky electromagnetic scanner from its place on his harness and pointed it over the ship. For the first time in the brief period we'd worked together, 9 seemed speechless. So you're seeing it too. 11 kept his voice low, and all around the deck I noticed the other teams clotted together, talking in hushed, concerned whispers. There's no way the rain did this. These are waterproof. It has to be the ship. What is it? 15 stuck his head over 11's shoulder, too curious to be afraid. 11 held up his device, and my guts soured. 9's electromagnetic scanner was having what amounted to a mechanical seizure, where in 1 second it flew off the charts in high readings, and the next it dropped down to nothing at all. 11's Geiger counter on the other hand showed radioactive detection, but not in a consistent pattern. It didn't spike randomly like 9's readings, but pulsed in a rhythmic, almost synchronized beat, like an irradiated heart monitor. 15 and I stood frozen, too stunned to record the rapid-fire measurements. 11 tapped the side of his counter with frustrated knuckles, but couldn't get it to stabilize. I'll let 3 know, and he'll radio back to the colonel. Maybe he'll pull us out. Sit tight, guys. The instant 11 walked away, 9 turned to us and cast a few furtive looks toward the deck. Something isn't right. I was told this would be a chemical cleanup job, not some naval version of Chernobyl. And how on earth did they get this thing way out here anyway? They couldn't have. 15 crossed both arms in his typical discomfort at anything that resembled a threat to normalcy. It has to have been an accident. Maybe there was a flood or something. 9 set both hands on his hips in indignation. A flood? Look around, man. We're miles from the nearest major river and at least 2 states away from the ocean. It didn't float here. Besides, did you see how those guards acted? They don't even want to get close to this thing. I leaned back over the railing, and from my high place atop this strange vessel, the line of soldiers in the distant tree line looked like little olive drab ants. Maybe they don't know either. After all, if they knew, why hire us? Why pay money for something they could do themselves? So where did this hunk of junk come from then? 9's question remained unanswered as 11 strode back into our circle, his fists balled. He beckoned the 4 of us closer and spat between angry gritted teeth. 3 wants to pull out, but the colonel said no. I guess radiation isn't at lethal levels, so he wants us to finish our scans and help the evidence teams start cleanup. So here's what we're gonna do. We go down and get our scans done quick as possible. Once we're finished, we radio 3 and hit for the ground again, where it's safe. If the colonel wants, he can come help us shovel radioactive bolts for all I care. But I'm not getting cancer 40 years too soon while he sits on his tail in a nice dry tent. Got it? I nodded along with the others, both emboldened and unsettled at 11's defiance. I didn't want to risk sterility via irradiation, but I still remembered how the colonel had dispatched 7 without so much as blinking an eye. Suppose he ordered us back on the boat at gunpoint? None of us had any guns, and even if we did, there were far more soldiers than workers. Sasha and I couldn't have children if I got shot. 3 led his team to the bridge, and I trailed behind 7, awed at the sheer size of this ship. It seemed to be a huge island of metal, and I racked my brain to try and remember how long my grandfather's minesweeper had been during his service in the Korean War. It's an Iowa class. 36 strode behind me as we went down a long set of iron stairs into the lower decks of the ship. One of the biggest battleships America ever built. They say the guns were so powerful that a full broadside with all 4 turrets would crater the surface of the ocean and expose the hull right down to the keel. I clicked on the headlamp built into my hood and swept its bright beam over the bulkheads of the vessel. Wow, I wonder what this one was called. Seraphim. 9 waved back from the dark corridor at the foot of the stairs and tapped his gloved hand on a circular life preserver on the wall. USS Seraphim. My brow furrowed, and I clanked down the rest of the metal stairs in silence. History had been a side hobby of mine for years, but I'd never heard of the USS Seraphim, not in any books or documentaries. Granted, I was no professor, but with such a big ship, I figured I would have heard of it somewhere, especially from Grandpa. He knew tons of ships, and this thing should have been around for the Korean War. Weird. Down 2 flights of narrow steps we went, through oval-shaped metal bulkhead doors and claustrophobic, shadowy corridors. In the dark interior of the battleship, our headlamps illuminated clean hallways, fresh paint on the steel, and even scuff marks on the floor from shoe polish rubbed off boots. Blue tin cups sat on desks, still brimming with coffee that had gone cold, and paper manuals lay open at antiquated control posts. It seemed as if the sailors of the USS Seraphim had left the ship only days ago, everything frozen in time. Did the soldiers clear out the bodies? 9's voice echoed in the dark expanse of a third deck passageway, his scanner still spasming. 11's Geiger counter thumping away at every step. Or am I somehow missing the corpses of thousands of sailors? 11-2 acted uninterested in his counter now that we're deep inside the ship, and peered into the various small compartments we passed by with caution, only to find abandoned workstations, empty bunks, and ancient equipment of war. I doubt it. They're having us do all the heavy lifting. Besides, you see any blood? There's not even a scrap of loose clothing. Maybe it's a trick? 15 glanced behind us, and his dark eyes dotted back and forth in paranoia. They could be testing some kind of secret weapon on us or something. My cousin lives an hour away from here. He's been hearing some crazy stuff coming from Barron County. Maybe the government is pretending to be a non-profit for some kind of experiment? Or 9 poked his head into a room and searched the abandoned space with his light. Someone else put this thing here to draw us in, like a mousetrap with cheese. Who? Aliens? 15 tried to sound incredulous, but his gloved hands shook with their clipboard and pen, his headlamp wavering as well. 9 shrugged and kicked at a stray pebble from 11's muddy boots. I don't know, you remember 7's meltdown? He was screaming about a long dark road falling from the sky, and voices. I'm telling you, this thing didn't get here on its own. It was put here on purpose. It doesn't matter how it got here. 11 checked his Geiger counter, but from the way his shoulders hitched in anxiety, I wondered if he didn't secretly agree with one of their theories, or both. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can leave, as long as no one gets hurt. I don't care if the aliens and the government have a top-secret orgy in this irradiated rust bucket. With that, 11 moved off down the central corridor, followed by 9 and an uneasy 15. Chafing at being left in the rear yet again, I picked up my boot to step through the next bulkhead after them. I whirled around and stared off into another dark corridor on my left. My nerves tingled, and I realized that it wasn't from 11's counter, nor 9's scanner. None of us had cell phones, thanks to the colonel confiscating them after 7's demise. Nothing we had on us could have made that sound. Garbled radio static, followed by more monotone beeps, echoed faintly from somewhere deep inside the darkness and sent chills running down my spine. The ship's lights and powers weren't on, and without the massive oil-fired engines producing current, nothing mechanical in this iron behemoth should have worked. Am I hearing things? Should I say something? What if the others think I'm going crazy, like Seven? It's close by. 36 walked up beside me, and the beam of his extra-large flashlight probed the blackness of the unexplored hallway like a white laser. Come on. I opened my mouth to protest, but stopped myself. 36 had never steered me wrong and saved my life at least once today. Besides, we were supposed to report any strange activity to 3, and this counted as strange in my book. Maybe if I was the first one to report something unusual, the colonel would give me a bonus, or at least a phone call home to Sasha. With how close it sounds, we can check it out and catch up with the others before they even notice we're gone. Taking a deep breath, I cast one last cautious glance at the others and pursued 36 down the side hall. If all goes well, this will be the last time you'll hear from me. I've been preparing for days now, planning routes with Sasha, stealing a few license plates from a local scrapyard, and pulling as much cash as I can without arousing suspicion. It's a shame really. Most of the $250,000 in my bank account will stay there untouched, since there's no way I can take it all and not alert LSAR. They've been tailing me ever since I left the work site, and I know they're monitoring my bank account, but I can siphon out enough to get us far from our apartment to a new life, a new home, and a fresh start. Sasha is out cold, curled up under her favorite fuzzy blanket in bed, and I don't want to wake her until I have to. I've been slowly moving our sleep schedule 1 hour at a time over the past few days, so by the time I'm ready to put my plan into motion, it'll happen when the people watching us least suspect it. So for now, I sit here at my desk, typing this out with the shades drawn and the door locked. Once this is over, it's time for a few hours of shut-eye. Then, drive, nap, eat, and repeat. Until then, I'll pour as much as I can remember into this dusty old laptop, with the hopes that someone out there can use this information for good. After leaving the others, I followed 36 further and further into the dark interior of the ship. More long, tight passages snaked between thick steel bulkheads, some with painted warning signs, others with cheery navy posters, or even the occasional pin-up girl. Something about the way they watched us from the old paper unnerved me. The smiles strained, the irises dark and unfeeling. Silence permeated the air, only broken by our footsteps and the footsteps of the other teams echoing through the metal hull from all over the ship. Every breath I took became an abomination, some horrible misdeed that would surely bring judgment raining down on my head like the massive shells from the battleship's main guns. Relax, you're just on edge because of that garbage 9 was saying. Talk to 36. That always calms you down. So, I cleared my throat and squinted into the dark with nervous caution. You think it was aliens? 36 laughed, a booming fatherly chuckle that rang down the empty halls of the Seraphim. No, 9 and 15 have colorful imaginations, but I'm afraid they're both mistaken. Reassured and curious by the confident way he spoke, I fell into step with 36 and began to ignore the murky doorways we passed on either side. So what's your theory? He paused at an intersection and met my inquisitive eyes with his gray ones. Have you ever heard of the term equilibrium? I frowned behind my gas mask. Isn't that like balance? Exactly that. 36 went right, down a corridor lined with big pipes that ran horizontal to the floor. Balance in all things. Take a ship, for example. It needs balance so it doesn't roll over on the water. So you add weights to make it sit lower in the water, but not so much that it actually sinks. Your objective is to float, but in order to float, you sometimes have to sink. Stepping over another bulkhead threshold, I blinked at a burst of lightheadedness and trailed after him. But how does that get a ship into the woods? My perception of sound started to fade, and I noticed that my headlamp had grown dimmer, though 36's flashlight had not. A familiar static crept up in my brain again, and I almost didn't catch 36 making a left turn at a set of downward stairs. If an apple falls from a tree, does it go up or down? Down? I grimaced at a slight hum in my ears, but could only shake my head at it in irritation since the suit hood blocked my fingers from checking my ear canals. Indeed. 36 descended further into the bowels of the ship, my light flickering to a pitiful gasp, while his stayed bright as a shooting star. Nature seeks balance, and when things are out of balance, it restores them in the only way it knows how. But what happens if the curtain of reality, the fabric that holds together what you know of as real, tears? Things slip through, fall out of this reality and into another. An imbalance is created, and so nature must do what it does best: restore balance. Hushed static turned to thunderous waves in my skull that demanded to be released, and my ears itched so bad that my head hurt. Still, I stumbled along after 36, my headlamp going out, with only his soft voice and blinding white flashlight to guide me. 36 ran an affectionate hand over the walls, as though exploring an old family home. The crew of this vessel didn't intend for this to happen any more than the soldiers outside intended for them to crash land it here. But something equally massive must have fallen out of this world in order for a ship this size to fall into it. However, it seems the crew stumbled through a different rift than the Seraphim, and for that, their world lies in peril. At the hall's end, he ducked into a large steel door the size of a pickup truck, and my eardrums rippled with roars of undulating static. My mind reeled, bombarded by eerie screams of strange, warbled fuzz, and ice clogged my veins in a belated form of confusion. Yet, in the midst of my mental fog, something pierced the chaotic storm like a beacon in the night. The sounds. I hear the sounds again. I leaned against the bulkhead for support. My legs fell asleep, and a numbness inched up my body with slow but malicious progress. It took every ounce of strength I had to lift my feet, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and drag myself into the room behind 36. Cold air drained my body of heat, and every joint locked up with stiffness. My vision blurred, and I saw Sasha's warm smile. Her dancing blue eyes tasted her sweet lips on mine. I'm so tired, Sasha. So cold. I'll just rest for a bit. Not yet, Greg. 36 caught my arm and kept me from falling on my face, his words soothing and kind. Not today. You have work to do. Look. At his command, my headlamp flared to life. The static died in my head, and I sucked in a gasp of air through my mask. In front of me, an array of complicated switchboards, dials, and controls waited, all the bulbs lit up like a Christmas tree. Newspaper clippings hung from a large corkboard bolted to the cramped walls of the compartment, along with a few black and white photographs of smiling, voluptuous pin-up girls. A clock built by little round dials into the console read 13:02. At the forefront of the array stood a single black metal chair, and on the desk, a set of antique black headphones. Paralyzed by the silence of my brain clearing, I gaped at the room in awe. I recoiled from the headset in surprise. A radio. My whole body shook in perplexed fear, but a strange curiosity overrode my sense of flight. A working radio? How is this possible? 36 picked up the headset, its long black rubber cable plugged into the control panel, and held it out to me. Nature needs balance, Greg. 7 ran from it, and thus lost himself in it. You have a choice. Restore balance, or plunge into the storm. Like a jackhammer, my heart thudded inside my chest, and I stared at the headset in his hand. With an ominous click, the little dial clock on the panel rolled over to 13:04. Deep inside my mind, like a flame lit in the dark, something shifted. Close the rift. As soft as a butterfly's wing beat, the whisper called to me. Not a man or a woman, but a cool metallic voice, emotionless and yet unthreatening. It calmed my raging flood of anxiety, the ice left my veins, and the compartment seemed a little less foreign in that moment. This someone didn't mean me any harm. No, not someone, I realized. It was the voice of something. Something enormous, cold and made of steel. I hear you. Muscles operating on autopilot, I sat down at the desk, unzipped my protective hood, and focused all energy on my thoughts. I want to help. Without my bulky hood, the air felt cool and fresh and dried the sweat on my neck in seconds. My name is Greg. The pulse in my temple slowed from its panicked race, and with a smile, I placed the headphones over my ears. What are your orders, Seraphim? 24. I opened my eyes and stared into the bright glare of no less than 7 LED headlamps. 11, 9, 15, 3, and 2 soldiers stared at me from the narrow doorway of the compartment, eyes wide with shock behind their mask visors. It took me a moment to realize how dark the compartment had become, the panel no longer alive with current, the bulbs and dials out. Around my ears, the black rubber headset barked forth no static, no more beeps, and the whisper in my head had vanished along with 36. Hey, I croaked, confused and petrified, eyeing the leveled rifle barrels of the guards. I was just... Who are you talking to? From behind the soldiers, the colonel pushed into the room, and the others shrank back at his presence. 7's anguished face flashed through my memories again, and I snapped my mouth shut, unable to formulate words. He and I locked eyes, and the colonel flexed his right hand's grip on the service pistol he carried. I asked you a question, 24. Who are you trying to contact? I don't know. I wasn't trying to radio anyone. Please, don't shoot me. Please, I don't want to die. Instead of bleeding for mercy, I glanced back at the desk, clothed in shadow before me, and spotted an open logbook at my right elbow. I came here with 36. He and I went to investigate a sound we heard. Following my gaze, the colonel saw the book, and his eyes narrowed to suspicious slits. With the careful movements of a cat stalking a mouse, he edged around me and picked up the logbook. What little portion of his face I could see took a stunned expression. Is this your handwriting? The colonel pushed the logbook at my face, and among a long series of entries, my own pencil marks lay on the paper, dashes and dots in thick, bunched patterns. What the? When did I write that? I just sat down. I didn't even say anything over the radio. My face heated up, and I squirmed in my chair, too afraid and confused to think clearly. I don't even know what that is. It's Morse code. The colonel withdrew the book again to himself and studied it, using the barrel of the pistol as a pointer on the pages. R16, look around for a code book. There should be a manual around here somewhere. R16 lowered his weapon with a reluctant sigh, but snatched up a small blue book from the far side of the console after a few moments of searching. "Here, sir." Tense silence followed while the colonel worked with the logbook and pencil alongside 3 far to my right. R16 and R12 blocked the door behind me, their rifles still trained on my chest. 11, 9, and 15 huddled to the left side of the compartment, watching me with half-terrified stares. It made me feel like a caged animal, and I only wished to pull my protective hood back up, run to the rainy outside world, and back home to Sasha's waiting arms. The pencil tumbled from the colonel's gloved hand. He looked down at me in the little metal chair, and for the first time, I caught a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. "Who did you say you were with?" 36, I coughed, my throat dry as a bone all at once. "One of the other workers in my team." At this, 3, 11, 9, and 15 all shook their heads in unison. 24, there is no 36. 3 moved to rub his forehead, but couldn't thanks to his suit and had to cross his arms instead. "You are part of a team of 4, just like everyone else. We only have 32 workers on our force, not 36. Stunned, I almost fell out of my seat. "But he saved my life on the nets. I fell and 36 helped catch me. 15, tell them you were there." 15 took an instinctive step back at the entire room now looking at him and dropped his gaze from mine to the floor. "Dude, I got you. I was surprised I could do it too with only one hand. There wasn't anyone else." Like a thunderclap, it hit me. On the latter, 15 had seemed confused at me thanking both him and 36, because to him, we were alone. The colonel hadn't been upset about the strange retro candy bar 36 had given me for my birthday. He'd just been stunned to see candy from the 1940s looking brand new. I was the only one who had ever spoken to 36 or included him in our team. 11 never assigned him jobs. 9 never joked with him. 15 never asked him questions. Only me. Because 36 hadn't been there. But before I could panic at the sheer insanity of that realization, my eyes caught a small blur of black letters stenciled on one of the Geiger counters held by the guards. Property of the Environmental Liminal Space Alleviation and Reduction Program, just like the wording I had seen on the dosimeter on my first day. The more I looked, the more I saw it, printed on an obscure label on the small rucksacks all of us workers had been given, stamped onto the receivers of the rifles in the guards' hands, and etched into the handheld radio that was hooked to the colonel's belt. These weren't hand-me-downs. This was company property. We were company property. And it occurred to me that in the entire time I'd worked there, I'd never once seen an emblem or label of the Black Crow Foundation, only for LSAR, because, just like 36, the Black Crow Foundation wasn't real either. They're not going to let me leave now. I'll be shot, or worse. I'll never see Sasha again. Tears welled up in my eyes and I fought them in desperate panic. "Please, I'm fine, really. I'm not dangerous. Really, I'm not. I'm not like 7. I don't hear voices or anything. Please, Colonel, sir, you don't even have to pay me for today. I'll just go." "Today?" The colonel leaned down to meet my eye level, his harsh tone softened by shock. 24, you've been missing for 3 days. "What?" I pleaded, and my outstretched hands trembled with despair. "That's not possible. It hasn't even been an hour. Calm down." He placed the logbook in my lap, and the colonel patted me on the shoulder with an almost sympathetic touch. "Just stay calm, and no one will shoot you, alright? I need you to do something for me. Just this one thing, and you can go home. I promise. Read this." "Really?" Hope and relief welled in my chest. I snatched up the logbook and sniffled back tears behind my gas mask. Home. I would be home by the end of the week with Sasha, and I could put all this behind me. This entire idea had been one big lousy mistake, one I swore to myself I would never repeat. But my eyes found the words on the translated page, and I fought to breathe. 12:19, incoming. BB-136, come in. BB-136, this is CV-24. We have lost visual of you in the northern quadrant of the AO. Repeat, we have lost visual of you. Please confirm location. Over. 12:25, incoming. BB-136, this is CV-24, 7th Fleet. What is your location? 12:37, incoming. BB-136, USS Seraphim. Are you reading us? Over. 12:42, incoming. BB-136, please confirm your location and status. 12:46, incoming. BB-136, be aware that multiple Soviet submarines have been reported in your vicinity. Are you under attack? Over. 1300, incoming. BB-136, this is Admiral Halsey, 7th Fleet Command on the USS Windham Bay. If you do not report within the next 10 minutes, I will assume you have been attacked by the enemy and will engage all Soviet craft within the area of operations with our full arsenal, including our atomic systems. For the last time, USS Seraphim, please respond. My gaze traveled to the newspaper clippings on the wall, and a horrific dread filled my guts. Each of the headlines came from post-World War II dates, but the events were all wrong. Truman vows to retake Poland from Soviets as atomic race intensifies. Stalin sends warships around Midway to thwart rumored US nuclear-capable warships. Red Army tanks square off with Allied soldiers in deadly showdown outside Berlin. 7th Fleet sent to force Russian submarines from Pacific shipping lanes. The others watched my reaction with startled wonder. But for me, the truth rang like the long screaming descent of a bomb. It never ended. I whispered to myself behind the black rubber fortress of my mask. Not for them. They just kept fighting. Until I forced myself to look down at the last message of the logbook and fought the urge to throw the little tablet. Unlike the other entries, this line of Morse code had been written in my handwriting. 1304. Outgoing. Mayday, Mayday, 7th Fleet. This is BB-136, USS Seraphim. Do not launch your attack. I repeat, do not launch your attack. We are not engaged by the Soviets. Our vessel has been caught in a maelstrom at approximately 165 degrees east and 30 degrees north. Electrical activity from the storm seems to be causing our radio to malfunction, and our lookouts report unusual waves of dangerous proportions. We are unable to veer out of the path of the storm at this time and will try to ride it out. After it passes, we will rendezvous with you at Midway. This is BB-136, USS Seraphim, signing off. I didn't even feel the logbook slide through my fingers on its way to the cold steel floor. Instead, I looked back at the little dial clock on the control panel and choked back a sob. The clock had stopped on 1304.